What is up, everyone? What is up? We're about a week out from Hacker Summer Camp. Isn't that glorious? So tonight is Gaming on Linux night, but some of the stuff that we have involves a lot of wait time. So we're gonna be mixing up a little bit of working on Qubes OS. I should still have the overlay, so... Almost spilled tea on my desk, that would have been bad. I have an HDMI cable here that we can plug into my laptop over here, so we should be able to have you follow along on parts of the Qubes OS install. Of course, not all of it, because part of it is literally going to be in the BIOS, so I'm going to do my best to show you, and you know, other sections where the HDMI port is maybe not going to be booted up or is going to take over as primary and cause me issues. And then we actually ended up getting the upgrade in time, so we can upgrade our U console over here to have a full-on NVMe that we had planned. I had one laying around. You have to replace the battery section to add it, but what you also had to do, and again, when I make the full U console video, I'll go over all this, because this was not documented that well. You also have to replace the Raspberry Pi adapter board for the compute module, which then exposes a couple of more buses. So particularly when I upgrade to the Raspberry Pi 5, it'll expose the capability for me to plug in the compute module 5 fan, the antenna goes over here, and the USB 3.0 bus for the AIO SDR over here. Kit, from my understanding, it'll then upgrade this to USB 3.0. I think one of the, yeah, I think it's the Type-C gets the 3.0 treatment. And then, yeah. So we had to do that upgrade. Of course, that was tedious, and you have to use this little thing to bridge it. So, but yeah, we're early because we got some projects to do. So the first thing we're going to do... Now, I will be honest with you and say this is a little bit overkill for what I'm doing. At this point, it's more tradition than anything. Because part of my over-preparation was, I had this laptop already. I didn't buy this specifically for DEF CON. At this point, when I went to DEF CON, I had this laptop already for an entire year. This is the Purism Librem 14. It's a... as you can see, very different laptop. Actually, a very good quality laptop. I know the company itself, some people have some issues around it, but be that as it may, the company I used to work for prior to when I was at DEF CON, where I actually met my mentor, Alyssa. I'm not doxing her. She already has a Wikipedia page. She's a DEF CON speaker and an author and all that, so it's not like I'm exposing anything more than people could actually figure out. But, and you're probably going to see her as well in some upcoming DEF CON content, because we're going to be hanging out. She's coming out to DEF CON and such, and doing some networking. But anyway, do I prefer Hunix, Tails, or Qubes? Hunix is part of Qubes install. We'll get into that in a little bit. But yeah, so this laptop here, the claim to fame why this is so great is this has Intel Management Engine disabled. This uses a open source BIOS, a fork of Coreboot called PureBoot, which is Purism's own take on Coreboot, and then they basically incorporated what Coreboot had, which is called Heads, which is a feature for you to instead, well, when we are using a computer, we're all authenticating and verifying ourselves to the computer to get access to it. But flip that on its head. How do we get the computer to verify itself to us to make sure it wasn't tampered with? That's heads. So how that works is there's basically, they call it a Librem key. We call it a, it's really just a Nitro key. It's another open source hardware key similar to the YubiKey, but different feature set. Anyway, you plug this in, and it checks your PGP signature and HOTP on the firmware of the laptop here, both in the firmware and the boot files for Linux. So every time you do a kernel update, you have to re-sign it. That's basically what core boot and heads allows for. It's what we call an evil maid attack. Is basically the idea is if you leave your computer in an area, like say a hotel room, and there's an evil maid that comes in and manipulates your computer. Now again, this is an extreme situation. Mostly just state actors have to worry about this, but it was still something that the company I worked for gave me, and then at that time it was like, oh, now as part of my severance I got to keep the laptop. So I'm like, what the hell? Why not? And then I just was like, let's use this as the experimentation laptop. Because this laptop with core boot does not really do well with Windows. Period. But it is a great laptop. The battery in here lasts a long time. Like, this lasted, like, with Qubes OS, mind you, where everything's compartmentalized. I think I got it to last like 7 hours on one charge. It's got a big beefy battery in here. Like the whole battery bottom here takes a bit of a section. Now I haven't charged it in a couple of months, but now as far as the laptop goes, I know Purism just released a new version, the Purism Librem 16. The honest truth is, I don't know if I would buy another Purism Librem laptop. Here's why. They take so long to get new hardware out, and I think 16 inches is too big of a laptop. I think the 14 inch was perfect, and
this is now chilling in the lab.
Thank you for the follow. And I think that when I do replace this laptop eventually, I will go with Nova Custom, which does the exact same thing, but it's from a European company, which doesn't seem to have as many negative reviews around the company. Even though I've not had a negative experience, I hear about it, but, you know, also the Purism Librem phone was kind of a letdown. So, but like the laptop, the Librem 14 laptop, great. But again, I got that laptop basically for free. So do what you will with that. Alright, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to Qubes. Actually, you know what? We should go to Purism, and we should see if they have a new firmware. I'll show the screen in a second once I find one. I forgot. Do they put their stuff? I think they put their stuff on GitHub and stuff. Or do they do GitLab? Core boot. Alright, hold on. Libre boot. Purism Librem 14 v2 firmware. Do they have any? Oh yeah, and I have their mini computer around here somewhere. They haven't really done a firmware update in a while, it looks like. So I may be good. Although they do have support for the new Intel Wi-Fi cards, so eventually I might go with that to upgrade it. But the Wi-Fi's been okay with what I do. Let me just double check. Okay, we got Pure Boot. And just got hip to your content recently and love it. Keep grinding away, but have a few questions. Okay. Sup, Chief? Would you recommend Temple OS as a secure system for Hacker Summer Camp? Of course, of course. It is blessed with God's divine protection, as it is written in Holy See. Okay, so let's see. Do they have any maintenance? Hardware flashing a Pure Boot. Okay, that's a deep one. That's not what I need. Software. Ah, pure boot. Overview, la la la. It would be easy if you could just tell me where the hell to just go to the GitLab or something like that. Pure boot basic, yada yada yada. Follow this guide. Oh, there we go. Okay, so they do have... Huh? But I'm on a 14 v2. Okay, core boot, Librem EC4, ISO update. Full core boot firmware. All right, let's see about updating the firmware for this guy. Wait, that's core boot. Ah, yeah, we wanted pure boot. So there is a new EC that probably has come out. Alright, let's see. Hold on. Really need to clean out my downloads folder. God damn, that's a lot of downloads for freaking content that I've made in the past. Okay. Just temporary shit. Okay, they gave us a shot to 56 sum. We'll double check. Is the name of the background music? Sounds nice. It's one of the exclusive songs I bought off of Beatmaker, so it's exclusive to my content. I don't know the title offhand. Would it be smart to start a company right now or first get an analyst or SOC position first to get experience? Well, what are you trying to do? If you're trying to do cybersecurity, here's the issue. If you're trying to start a company, what ultimately is your goal? Company for what? What the hell am I looking at? Oh, I'm trying to update the firmware and everything of my reasonably secure laptop for DEF CON. Okay, so let's see. Upgrading Pure Boot. Upgrade to a new version of Pure Boot. Grab the Pure Boot release from here. Copy that to thumb drive. Oh, wait. I've got one of my super handy-dandy, super compatible, cheapo USB 2.0 flash drives. Seriously, I don't know what it is. Like, if you get the new flash drives, like, most of the time it'll work, but sometimes there's issues. Get these cheapo USB 2.0 flash drives. I don't know, for some reason, they often seem to be more reliable. You just get, like, the 4 or 8 gigabyte ones. You know how impossible it is to find a 4 or 8 gigabyte flash drive these days? And you need it for some older BIOS stuff. Alright. Download a new Pure Boot ROM from for your corresponding. Copy that. Options, flasher, update, yada, yada, yada. Okay, pretty simple. Okay, so this is a 4 gigabyte volume. What the hell's plugged in? Do I have a radio plugged in? Oh, yeah, I do. I was playing with Reticulum. There was, this. I was like, what the hell? Why am I seeing a, you know, what looks like an NRF board connection? But, so, we have these little 4 gigabyte flash drives over here. And... Alright, we got our pure boot over there. Now, let's... Actually, you know what? Let's open that in terminal over here. And then SHA 256, pure boot. And... I did not mean to double-click that one. Where's the... Oh, there we are. Alright, let's make sure these just match up here. Yep. Looks good to me. Alright, so now we're gonna go and do our plain old-fashioned BIOS update over here. To 30.1. What GPU are you running? In here? 5070 Ti. Don't really want to provide SAST. This is another GPT ripper and such. Wait, what? Just like a small business and helping local companies secure their networks like your recurring tests. Yeah, then you're going to want to actually understand how businesses do cybersecurity first at an enterprise level, even before you bring that down to a small level. Because there's a lot of things that you can do as an MSSP, a managed security service provider. But let me be honest with you and say, it's very hard for MSPs and MSSPs to take place, because the biggest issue, and I'm coming at this from somebody that used to work in the space, the biggest problem that you have is small business owners often don't want to or don't have the resources to expense into the things that they need. And very often you're going to be like, hey, you got to do this. And they're going to be like, well, we're not going to do that. We don't understand why. And then something's going to happen. And then it's a back and forth of... But yeah, I would say first get an understanding of cybersecurity and how it works overall. In the, enterprise side, and then you can see how you can distill that down to a small business. Things are moving a lot faster as well, and the reality is, you're gonna have to learn about, different... how to work around AI security for DLP governments, things like that. A lot of times, I think a lot of the big issues when it comes to businesses is just insight and visibility to all the things that they're doing, so that the employees don't do things maliciously or accidentally let people in. But the problem is, in a small business, you're kind of strapped for what you can do on a lot of the business because it's a financial, restriction. Okay, let's booty McBootface this bitch. So one of the cool things I love about this laptop is it does have hardware kill switches. So there is a hardware kill switch for the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and the webcam and microphone. And usually the webcam and microphone are off for obvious reasons. I haven't turned this laptop on in a while, so hopefully it's not going to give me an issue. There we go. So it boots up to Libre boot over here. And then it's going to ask for a Librem key. We can skip that because we're going to be overwriting that. And we're going to basically reset the whole bish. Flash. Actually, you know what? We can keep the settings we have in here. Alright, it's scanning the USB drive. It sees the USB drive. We update the thing. Alright, it's initializing the Flash programmer, and then it's just doing the whole thing. Your usual BIOS boot, which takes forever, because reading that data is fast, but writing that is slow AF. I can't really show you what's on screen because, you know, laptop. If this was a desktop, I could probably cheat and capture the screen. Ever thought of doing mentorship? I would be your ace of space prodigy with all my accomplishments. I don't know why people ask for, like, mentorship in that kind of a way. Maybe it's, like, a cultural thing, to be honest, because in America, we don't really do mentorships like that. It's just kind of like, hey, you hang out with people in a community and you all just kind of group up and hack and learn shit together. Which is why I have the Discord and the Matrix server. I'm not, like, poo-pooing that. It's just, I don't have the time to, like, be a direct mentor for everyone outside of work. So I have a community where you can be around a whole bunch of other people, because I find it's like, what's the saying? It takes a village. And I believe very much in the same way. What do you recommend to do, Network Plus or CCNA? I'm gonna be honest and say from the beginning, you might be barking up the wrong tree, because I got my Network Plus after I got my CISSP, after being in the field for over 15 years, and only got it because of WGU. I would say it's better to look at the positions that you're looking for, see what they're looking for specifically on LinkedIn, Indeed, Google, you know, job postings, Monster, whatever the hell else, Dice, whatever, you name it. Whatever one they're favoring, go for that. It's the honest truth. And then if it's like, hey, it's kind of like either or, then, I mean, so you're going to get some people saying one way or the other. I hear people say go for the CCNA. I went for Network Plus, but again, I didn't really need it. But it was part of my, you know, WGU stuff. Which I've kind of been neglecting, but I'm 74% done, so. The one you're doing now, they check for 5 years. What one I do? You're talking about the CISSP, the one I did before? Actually makes sense. You probably have thousands of requests. Yeah. The unfortunate reality is I don't have enough time or, you know, well, it's really just time to give everyone the attention that they desire. But, okay, so now, if you look, PureBoot couldn't generate the TOTP code, so it does an HOTP code, a TOTP inside of hardware. So a TOTP uses a time server. An HOTP uses the hardware. So it's a hardware one-time passcode. So we're going to generate a new secret. I have to hide the screen because it gives me a little secret. It's literally a secret. Now, if I can remember my damn password. Ah. Alright, we're just gonna redo this whole bish. Okay, we're gonna re-owner this. So basically when you buy this laptop, you want to re-sign the key, alright? That's this USB key over here. See how it's flashing red? Okay. We're gonna generate a new PGP key using the flash drive, the Nitro key. Did you hear about a guy going to jail because he had a graphene phone and gave the wipe everything now code, and he's under arrest because he deleted evidence? Well, it wasn't a wipe well, yeah, it was the wipe everything code. Would you like to export the public key to a USB? Yes! Yes, I would. Hold up. You're gonna be at Black Hat? No. You know how expensive Black Hat is? I'm not going to Black Hat unless somebody hands me a ticket. No offense to anyone going. Thank you for making videos about privacy and cybersecurity to help people out. No problem. Hey, look, there's another Librem key. Or Nitro key. I'm gonna find the freaking... So this is to export the public PGP key, which is like, I can give that out. That's no security thing. But I know it had... Nope. Oh well. That's no big deal. I can extract that later. Okay, so basically this laptop has a feature over here called re-ownership. OEM factory reset re-ownership, and that's when you can generate the new key. So we'll do that without a USB. I gotta remember all the options. What distros do you use personally? Pop OS, Qubes OS, Parrot OS, Ubuntu for servers, and Red Hat at work for servers. Debian type stuff often. He also says, man, I have not heard about Kick. I have forgotten about Kick in a long time. That was a hot thing for a while. Like when you were dating, you had to have a Kick account or something like that. At least in my area. I don't know. It was weird. Would you like to use the default configuration options? Do you want to export your public key to USB drive? We're going to say no for this time. So it's checking for the dongle right now. Okay, so it's resetting the smart card and GPG in here. That's the same Kick, and unless I missed something about it. KIK. So, there's KIK Messenger, which was like this crappy-ass messenger in my teenage years. And then there's Kick, K-I-C-K, which is the streaming platform, which I'm also on. So I've actually been running a home lab for years, no academic training or certifications. How would I get a job in this field? Put yourself out there. Put yourself out there. That's all it comes down to. Find conferences near you. There's a lot of them that are actually really cheap or even free. Find networking events. Go to infosecmap.com, Eventbrite, meetup.com. There's other events, you know, finder things. But yeah. It's basically about putting yourself out there. That's how it opened the doors for me. Now, the thing I will tell you, honestly, is that starting out, the first step is the hardest. Like, getting anyone to actually, like, give you that first opportunity. Once you get the first opportunity, it's relatively easy after that. I used to have the old Kick Messenger app a long time ago, but never used it. Yeah, there was a couple of my exes that I had to use it. It was like so you would first like meet people on like Plenty of Fish and stuff like that, and then you would move off to Kick. That Kick, I think, even predated, or was like before WhatsApp really took off. Or maybe it was around the same time when it was, like, starting. This step takes a while, by the way, because it's literally doing the processing on the USB stick, and it's not the fastest thing. Because it's generating the PGP key locally on the smart card there. So glad to see this kind of content. I work in an MSP, hate Windows more and more each day. I can feel it. Yeah, it looked a lot like WhatsApp. Yeah. Ugh. And yesterday, on another note, I actually ended up... Okay, you know how people joke they need a vacation from their vacation? So I relaxed so hard, I need to relax from all my relaxing. So what I mean by that is, yesterday I did my monthly 2-hour deep tissue massage, which I've been doing for years to fix my back pains and all the other things, along with an infrared sauna. Anyway, then I also forgot that I scheduled in a facial. So I went straight from that to a facial. And I got cupping while I got the deep tissue massage. So I'm not joking when I say it looks like I got attacked by Killer Bee and 8 Tails from Naruto. Or like somehow I volunteered in my free time for tentacle... Okay? Like, I got marks on my hips, on my calves, on my hams, on my, never tried cupping. Feel worthwhile? Yes. So, it actually was my first time doing it. I knew about it for a while.
Chilling in the lab.
Thank you for the follow. I knew about it for a while. So, it actually is the weirdest thing, because it's basically just these cups sucking your skin. And then it brings blood up to, that, and kind of like bruises you, so like, helps, whatever. I actually am noticing a huge difference from my usual 2-hour deep tissue massage and sauna. Mind you, I've been doing that for 6 years, sometimes I get it twice a month. And I came out of this one feeling like, wow, there was actually a real big difference. And I'm only like 24 hours into it. What turned you away from going into a cybersecurity degree, etc.? Money and time. I am not shitting you. Now, I am in the middle of going for the bachelor's degree at the moment right now and 74% done with it. But, that's more just a checkbox. Okay, hooray, it finished. Okay, so now... it is applying the new key. I'm probably going to redo that again, just so I can bake it into memory. Chief, why did you get freaky with an octopus? Because Killer Bee and we just have a thing. So much OPSEC it hurts. Yeah. Well, as I've told people, this was my experiment in... I do these, I call them war games, but people call them tabletops, where I theorize a situation, and I try to think about, if I'm in that situation, how would I solve this problem? And this was the result of thinking of that very problem. Firm believer of if there's anything they can tell you from a textbook can be self-taught. Pretty much. Alright. It's gonna take a minute. let's get my screwdriver together for the other thing we have to work on. We have to work on this U console over here. We have to upgrade it so we can get the NVMe storage attached, and then possibly get the whole device booting off of an NVMe.
Valorexo style is now chilling in the lab.
Thank you, Paula. Chief, do you remember Games Workshop? Why does Games Workshop sound familiar? Perfect. Right on the money. And I love my Weira screwdrivers. I'll still say Weira makes the best screwdrivers, hands down, period. 10 toes down. Oh yeah, we got new screws for this too. Gonna give it a little bit of a facelift. Alrighty. I wish I could give you a bird's eye view, but I still haven't gotten that camera set up properly. I gotta rethink my entire lab at some point, because I never really designed this around streaming. Streaming became a secondary thought out of the COVID, you know, pandemic, when everyone was bored in our houses. Okay. We got the aluminum backplate off. Alright, now... we're gonna take the little expansion board off here. All right. I need to get that Raspberry Pi off. That's still taking its sweet ass time. No, I don't need a screwdriver. What I need is a plastic pry bar. Alright, so this is a Raspberry Pi, believe it or not. This is the compute module. A lot of you don't see this, but they basically have this little connection over here, and it's like a friction fit. Be very careful with these connectors. There we go. You see? Connects like that. Alright, so we're going to take off the old Raspberry Pi stock board. I'll compare the two for you, because this new one exposes some traces and features. So this is the new compute module. Okay, that's the stock. You see there's a few new connectors and everything. So basically what this is going to do is expose a PCI Express bus, and then when we get a Raspberry Pi Compute Module 5, it will expose a USB 3.0 bus. So essentially we can upgrade the CPU and stuff. Alright, now to properly align this biche. God, that makes you so nervous when you push that down. Okay. One upgraded Raspberry Pi compute module daughter board. Going back into the U console. I wish I could show you all this. Oh, and here are the batteries. I forgot to show those to you earlier. These are the, I got Panasonic NCR 18650GA. These are 3300 milliamp hours each. So, it can support quite a bit of power. And then we have 2 Wi-Fi cards in this little guy as well. Vape batteries. I mean, yes, a lot of vapes use them. They also use, what is it, the 21700? Oh, wow. That board is a little bit longer than I thought it'd be. I was like, how is this cable so short and it's gonna reach? Okay, so we actually have to take out the daughter board, the battery board. It's a good thing this is fully open source to modify. Although my prior antenna placement of the cables may do me in. Put my iFixit kit down there. And that laptop is still working, by the way. I wonder if it got stuck. Alrighty. Come on, battery board. So, old battery board over here, and then the new one is right over here. So the new one actually adds some new battery polarity security, overheat protections and stuff, and of course the NVMe that we're going to be adding in. This is just a 256 gigabyte NVMe I had laying around. I thought this is more than enough for this project. I'm not planning on doing like large amounts of data, and honestly 256 gigs is sizable. Okay, so I gotta unplug the this is a very, very tight fit. Okay, yeah, I have to take the wireless card module out. So basically at the bottom here, there's the other wireless card you can see. I gotta hold that up because the antennas are, you know, hanging on. Alright. Move that out of the way temporarily. Yep, there we go. Alright, so now let's screw this in. No heat sinks on the drives? Don't need a heat sink for it. It's not going to be doing constant read writes, but I can always add one later. It's not a big deal. Oh yeah, probably helps if I turn my ratcheting screwdriver the right way. So now I have to actually use the pressure of pushing this down, because it has like these little power pins, and these antennas keep getting in my damn way. There we go. Alright, cool. We got that sat in. Oh. Is the fourth hole underneath this? What's the smallest? God damn, that's a long string of letters randomly. Okay, no, that's not small enough. Alright, so let's get the iFixit out here. Actually, you know what? Got the Klein right here. I love this little Klein screwdriver. Yep, just what I thought. There's a screw hole underneath where I put the NVMe. I probably just put that NVMe there in the past, being like, hey, schmuck, this one goes here so you don't, like, forget it later. I do that sometimes. I'm sure many of you do. Where you're like, you know your future self is gonna forget something, so you do something, and then you're like, why did I do that? Oh, right, because I'm a dumbass. Which one is Qubes again? Qubes is the reasonably secure operating system where everything is compartmentalized. Okay. This is why this is my script, and this is my favorite field precision screwdriver. It's a Klein. There's a bunch of bits in here. Perfect little on-the-go precision screwdriver. I never see anyone talk about Klein in the tech world. It's only people that have been in the electrician world that, like, love Klein. And then, so for me, it's like, Klein I consider as, like, basic, but not like basic in a bad way, but like kind of like, okay, more like standard. That's my standard to go to, my minimum. And then from there you have Wira and Weha in no particular order. I like both of them for different reasons. I will show you the final results once we are all done. And we are almost done. Okay. Now I need... Maybe follow shapes to... Thank you. Mixing that one up with Parrot and Collie. Parrot and Collie, two different things. Those are security-focused ones. This is more defensive security-focused, if anything. I need the little jumper boards I had around here that I showed you guys earlier. Welcome to the life of a very small workspace. There we go. So if I remember... Okay, we have two of these jumpers over here. Well, we actually have three.
Sagelet27 is now chilling in the lab.
Hey, thank you for the follow. I think this really did freeze this laptop. Okay, so we have to match up the 5-volt lines. How easy is it? Oh, it's very easy to mess that up. That is good to know. I need tweezers. How do I get into cybersecurity or computer science learning, basic computer knowledge? I mean, you could... I started tinkering a lot on my own as I started in, like, retail tech years ago. And I just started tinkering more and more and more. Alright, yeah, let's take these flat ones over here. Alright, so we have this little guy over here. These flex cables are annoying as shit, I will tell you that. It is harder getting it in that hole than my first time. Okay. God, I hate these flex cables. Motherfucker. Okay, let's get the lever pushed down, and then I can show you. Alright. So, the bitch and a half is that tiny little ribbon cable you see at the bottom connecting the board. That's our PCI Express line. Going down here to the NVMe. So, yeah. All right. Now, that's taken care of. Let's package this bad boy back up. Okay, all antennas still connected at the PCB over here. That is good. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Although one is starting to walk away. Okay, there we are. Okay, all antennas are connected as expected. Over here. All right, now gonna take this antenna connector. And stretch that bad boy so it fits where it needs to go on the Raspberry Pi. I hate these IPEX connectors. They are such a bitch to, like, get connected to. What is the IPEX or UFL or... I forget what the technical... the acronym is. It's those surface mount laptop connectors. Yay, we got it. Alright, let's remember which side is positive. Alrighty. Gotta move all the antenna cables. God damn it. Doesn't have to look pretty, it just has to work. I should have taken the leg off earlier, but I was being lazy. And now I'm paying for it. God damn it. Get in there, you freaking antenna. Oh god, this frickin' antenna. Hold on. I'm gonna take this leg off. Got your CSA in a few hours. Well, good luck on that, buddy. That's the, what, Red Hat one? Never really done that. I see. So the cables are pushing up.
Kick ass. I can save money now and then. Who can eat? Get money in the daytime.
Even gonna when I sleep. God damn it, Stream Elements. Why you gotta cut the music off? Thank you for the sub there. I appreciate you, Prince Diamond. Appreciate you. Alright, where the hell? Okay. This is really getting annoying with all these frickin' antennas. They made the wires just a little bit too long. I gotta train some of the wires is the problem, and I don't feel like doing that right now. I'm just trying to do enough to slam this guy down. I'm gonna loop that underneath. Okay, come on. Welcome to the everyday struggles of tinkering. Especially in situations when you don't have the manual. There we go. Okay, so that, in theory, should... Okay, cool. Oh, I need the longer screws for those. Did you already come back from a hacking convention? No, I haven't even left for it. Had the wrong direction on. All right. Cool. Didn't mess anything up. Let's do just a quick function test before we turn everything completely on. All right. Raspberry Pi booted up. Oh, and we didn't do the other upgrade I need to do. But that's fine. We'll just open up gparted. And boom! We have an NVMe showing up here. The camera doesn't like the screen, but it is showing up here. We have an NVMe showing up on our Raspberry Pi. Excellent. So I can totally use that for storage or something else. Nice. So the next upgrade we're going to do, and we can do this another night, is we're going to... That's the cooling upgrade. We're going to be replacing the front panel. This one's made specifically for the touchscreen, and it's also going to color change it. But what we can do... I also had... Where? Okay, that's the cooler upgrade. I then had... yeah. We have colored screws that we're going to change on here. They're a bit golden color, so they'll look a little bit nicer. But we can deal with that when we do the face change. For now, we're going to work back on the laptop. Motherfucker. Of course I dropped the screw. Hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, there it is. Here, we'll put one screw here. Luckily, even if I lost the screw, it's no biggie because we've got a whole other set here from the color change. What do you think of distros like Void or Alpine? I mean, I've used Alpine in a lot of my Docker images. It's a nice light one. It's a lot of antennas. What is that for? Is that like a cradle point or something different? This is a U console from Clockwork Pi. This is essentially going to be a Flipper Zero on steroids. So it's got 2 wireless cards in here. One of these wireless cards has 2 Wi-Fi and 2 Bluetooth antennas here. So there's a total of 3 Wi-Fi, 2 Bluetooth, 1 GPS, 1 LoRa, and 1 SDR antenna. So the idea around here is that I can do a lot with it. That's the idea. Alright, so let's get back to this guy. I think it froze in the middle of flashing. Flashing the, drive. Perhaps there's an issue with the TOTP part of it. Double card for Marauder style use? Yeah, pretty much. It's got a, it's got the Wi-Fi card the Raspberry Pi Compute Module 4 comes with, soon to be the Compute Module 5. I'll upgrade it when I get back from DEF CON, probably. And then it has a AC 1200 Wi-Fi card in here as well, plugged in over USB-C internally, which then has the wires connected up. So that's why you saw that mess of wires and everything. But this is, at least upgraded to the NVMe. This one over here is more quality of life and visual upgrade. I think it's gonna look nice with, you know, that color scheme with gold screws. Maybe I'll get the black faceplate again later. We'll see. Generate HTTP, no. Alright, so options, OEM factory reset. Okay, would you like the default configuration options? Yes. Yes, we will like a USB drive. It's scanning for USB storage. Checking for USB security dongle. Okay, so it's doing its thing. It's generating a new GPG take. How long did yours take? Mine took 10 months. What, the U console? About a month. The trick is, so I ordered the U console itself from a third party on Amazon, paid a little premium of like, I think 40 bucks, but I was like, I saw how long people were taking for it. Then I bought all the upgrades from the guy. So, from the Hacker Gadgets, you know, site. How is this different than your notebook computer? Oh, my notebook computer can't do LoRa. Could do GPS through the cell modem. I also don't have 2 Wi-Fi cards in my, notebook. I mean, I could. I just don't. Yeah. Oh, and then I don't know if y'all have been seeing on the Instagram and everything and kept up with, while this is generating, we'll download Qubes OS in a second here. But, yeah, as you know, I've been dealing with issues, and I hurt myself so bad I couldn't go to the gym for a few months. Like, my calves were just not having it. And, I've been stretching and basically rehabbing, short of hiring a physical therapist, because that's expensive. But I've managed to get good way there that I'm now a little bit more comfortable walking and everything. It used to be to the point, like, I couldn't walk a block or two without being in, like, serious pain. But yeah, stretching, and I've also changed shoes and everything, helped out a lot, and I'm not sponsored or anything, and this is gonna sound like the dumbest thing, but, I'm one of those crazy five-toe shoe people now. It's actually helped. This is the new pair that came in today that's a little bit more, everyday shoe looking. This is more of like their sport shoe. Oh, barefoot shoes are nice. And then I brought these down to show you. These are the, original pair I started with that they kind of like steer a lot of people to. And they're a little bit more aggressive on tread that I'd say take these on trails and everything. They're still comfortable as hell. I wore them for like an entire week, and then the hard part is adjusting to them. Because, you know, you got to get your toes in and everything, but it wasn't so hard of an adjustment because, I already, like, walk around barefoot around the house most of the time, and I'm usually, like, as soon as I get home, rushing to, like, take my shoes off and my socks off. Like, that is the very first thing I do whenever I get home. It's, like, before anything else, shoes and socks off, and then I'm walking barefoot around my own house. All right? So I don't feel like I need to run to take these off when I walk in the house. So I started with toe socks originally, like, month and a half ago or so, on the recommendation of a few people, and I was like, okay, it's weird, it's like cheap enough. I'm like, what the hell? And I noticed over time, I was like, yeah, they're harder to get on, but my feet felt better in my other shoes, and then did that for about a month and a half before I got these shoes. And it took like 3 or 4 exchanges to figure out the sizing, because the sizing's weird. I'm like an 11 wide on regular shoes, but then I'm a size 9 on these. They size really small. But don't jump out the same. Yeah, these definitely don't jump out, that if you're actually at a distance... I've had a few people say, like, they didn't notice until, like, they're right up talking to me, like, you're wearing five-toes shoes, and I'm like, yep. And that was even with the more aggressive one, and these are more like tennis shoe, look kind of deal. They do take a while to get used to, because, I will tell you this, my feet feel like I have worked a lot more in them, but that's because you feel your foot like contouring and adjusting and stabilizing and using more muscles like it's supposed to, that you haven't activated in years, that like after like even a day going to the office, just doing my regular office work, walking around the office, going to the bathroom, grabbing lunch, you know, the normal things you would do, walking around, I would feel like at the end of the day, like, man, my legs got a good workout. It's weird. What is the best way to learn how to retain knowledge for hacking? Practicing, getting hands-on with labs and a bunch of other stuff. That's why I'm not like poo-pooing certs and stuff, but certs are like, you can easily like, vomit that and pass. Compared to retaining the knowledge. And that's why I get upset with a lot of the, discussions around, like, people, like, where they're like, oh, you need to get this cert or that cert, and this cert or that cert, and they get upset when I point out, too many certs actually is a detriment. Are the soles thin? Can you feel the rocks under your feet with these shoes? Yes, they are thin. They are not as aggressively thin as Vibram. I looked into Vibram when I was trying to do the 5-toe shoes.
Circuit Overlord is now chilling in the lab.
So the Vibram shoes are like 3 millimeters. Paluva on most of their models are 9 millimeters of insole and up to 12 on a couple of the lines I saw. I think that was more of their dress shoe line they had, or their boot that they had. The other thing you should know is these shoes are, I looked into it, they're not made for winter. So, like, the second you start getting, like, proper ice and snow, go to proper boots. And that's where I'm going to flip back to my Danner's boots. I've moved on to Danner's boots from 511. 511 used to have amazing quality boots, and then they kind of declined. Whereas I found a pair from Danner's, the exact same things I loved about 511. Actually, I think they're a little bit better than the original 511s that I even loved. Make for the follow, Circuit Overlord. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, it did get stuck flashing before. Because it, like, rocketed across, and now it's at, like, 99%. And... come on. There we go. Okay, signing boot files and generating checksums. Okay, so it generated a new pass... I gotta redo it. I forgot, if you do the defaults, it sets the passwords to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not fucking having that as my system, firmware password for TPM. I think I still have a backup, on one of my USB drives. Well, you should probably do a new one. Okay, so we're gonna get this going, and then... so my recommendation is, if you ever, re-owner this and set up your own key, don't use the default options, because it's gonna ask you for, stuff. Would you like to change the current Lux disk recovery key passphrase? No. We're gonna do that anyway when we do it. Would you like to re-encrypt? No, because we're gonna do that anyway. It's an unnecessary step. Would you like the format an encrypted USB thumb drive to store GPG material? This is new. Would you like to set a custom password? Yes. Enter the custom password. Stacy's mom has got it going on. That's the password. No, the password's really 42. Alright, so... I'm not showing the screen, obviously, because it actually does expose it. Custom user information, we don't need that. This key is going to be unique to this. Password, I love my mom _67. What's the laptop brand? This is Purism. I've had this laptop for like 5 years. Okay, this is doing something I never... No. Abort. Okay, I did a step I didn't need to do. Options. Continue. They changed some of the steps with the new firmware. Okay, would you like to... No. No, no, no. That's what I needed. Okay. Enter my real name. Pickle Rick. This is all local to the machine. I can't really show you all this, because this is personal. Okay, would you like to export your public key to a USB drive? Yes. Checking for dongle. Resetting TPM. Okay. What's your opinion on double NAT? You shouldn't, ideally. Someone's really clever, they might be able to see it off your glasses. I don't think my camera's that good of a quality for you to really see it. Tactical Crocs, I was behind. Oh. Yeah, they're kind of like that. Oh, by the way, Crocs were a big reason for my leg and feet issues, we found out. They're comfortable, but they weaken your legs and everything, and your feet and all that, because you have no ground feel. Like, I'm rebuilding years and years of shit from basically just what I thought were not so bad, comfortable choices of running out to grab errands and stuff. Okay, so while that does its thing, let's at least go grab Qubes OS. I always forget, it's Qubes-OS. Okay. Okay, so this is the latest version. We're gonna need that. That's gonna take a second. Alright, so, for those of you not familiar with why we're doing Qubes OS, we'll give you a basic rundown. I don't know, can the second-class citizens known as TikTok see this? Kind of, sort of. God damn it. So, basically... By the way, the better quality streams over on the, Twitch and YouTube and all that. The reason why we're using Qubes OS is the compartmentalized operating system. You don't need to do this. I do this for fun research many years ago, and at this point, it just feels like tradition to do this for DEF CON. Okay, you don't need to do this. So we're going to be planning out our layout, especially while Qubes OS is getting installed. Did you cover duress password? I mean, we've covered that in the past. Oh, are you talking about the Graphene OS thing? Yeah, we've talked about that several times. So Qubes OS, everything is compartmentalized. What I mean by that is, so if you're familiar with the virtual machine, you know where we're going with this. But this is a rushing nesting doll of a virtual machine like most people have never seen. So at the core of it, you have Zen Hypervisor, which runs all this. And then you have an administrative VM. You have another VM for the display manager. You have template VMs everything's based off of. Your USB is another VM. Your networking is another VM that connects to the firewall VM. And then if you're using Tor connections, you're using Whoenix, which then connects to another VM for the gateway. And then you can have disposable VMs for the workstations. You can have multiple application VMs, so everything can be isolated as much as possible. Now, it is a a memory suck. It will use a lot of memory because each of these virtual machines is its own operating system. So the minimum you need for this computer, if you want to try Qubes out, and no, you can't run Qubes in a virtual machine because it is itself running all the virtual machines. The minimum you'll need is 16 gigabytes of RAM and a Core i5 or Ryzen 5. Why am I not running it? We're literally about to install it on one of my laptops. Oh, if it's so secure, why are you not running it? Literally on a stream where we're trying to install it again on my laptop that's had it for 4 years. I'm teasing. How do you feel about AI's ability to write code for you now? I don't have so much of an issue with it as long as people are doing responsible things with it and using it as a tool. KVM is better than Zen. How so? You just say KVM is better than Zen, but in what use case? You can't do with KVM what I'm doing with Zen right now in Qubes OS for OPSEC. 6 half a dozen the other, buddy. In fact, I would make an argument Qubes OS is going to do it way more secure than you would in KVM. And this is talking about using Unix where I've done it before in KVM versus how it's going to be done in Zen. Let's not go for the buzzwordy things and let's actually look at how threat modeled things are, how things are threat modeled. All right, there we go. It's flashing. We're gonna have our password set up the way we want. I'm not showing the screen for obvious reasons. To build a distro with KVM is better than Qubes. Then show me one that has it done and is doing it reliably. This is like one of those like, well, you know, my mom's, you know. Nobody cares. Show me where it's actually being done instead of just talking about, well, you know, I feel like this is better. The reality is, Qubes is the only one right now that has the rapport and the reputation and is proven in the ways that it does things. KVM is nice. I use it. But you're not able to build an entire thing the way they do it inside of Qubes and tie it in to the system as tight as it is. You can bet it's a TikToker to saying it. You know, Topher. Yeah, it's always TikTok. It's always TikTok with the low quality comments. Alright, Librem key initialized. Alright, so we successfully updated the BIOS over here. We got the HOTP working in there. Now we gotta reinstall Qubes. So we're waiting on it to install download Qubes. So we'll give that a second. Is Qubes good for pen testing like a Patriot OS type build? Apples and oranges. Apples and oranges. So you have to think about, and we're going to go over this in a second. So this is a special gaming on Linux night where we're also going to be still doing tinkering. Okay? The reason for that is this is going to take a while. We're not going to do all of it tonight. Some of it I have to do off stream because it's going to involve some private information. I'm going to at least show you how we're going to plan things out using draw.io. So you're going to have a diagram of how everything's going to flow in the end of it. Because one of the things about Qubes, I will tell you, is it's fun to play around with, but once you actually want to really start using it, I would recommend game planning how you plan to have the workflow inside of it. It's a very niche operating system, and I will never tell anyone to start using Qubes if you are still new to Linux. This is one of those, it's a more advanced distribution. Straight up. There's a lot more involved with it. It's fun to know. It's great to know. You can totally, you know, run Kali or Parrot OS potentially inside a Qube there. We're going to let that charge for a second and move that out of the way while I clear some space for the laptop. Isn't the average of TikTok viewers about 12? Probably. I will say that in my experience, Instagram and, so the lowest quality comments I usually get are from TikTok, followed up by maybe Instagram, but it's like a huge gap. Okay. Oh, there's my flash drives. I'm gonna need that. Alright, so we're downloading Qubes right now. And I can't remember which one of these is live. I should have checked that beforehand. Well, I guess we can... I wonder if there's going to be any activity lights if it does a wake on LAN. Would you try Tails on live? No. Because as I say, I've already done Tails long ago, and Tails is honestly, like, the wrong solution for 99% of people out there. The honest truth is, most of you wanting to use Tails for other than just seeing what it can do, but, like, actually thinking you're doing something with it, no, you're not that special to even warrant the use case that Tails is all about. And if you're at the use case where Tails is, even a necessity, or you're even really considering it, and not just for the elite hacksaw aesthetic, you got bigger problems on your plate, like Edward Snowden level problems. That was the operating system, apparently, if I remember, he was using to talk to Glenn Greenwald through security drop, or whatever the hell that onion-based browser software is for journalism to secretly report stuff. Favorite N64 game? I'm gonna not be basic and say Ocarina of Time, because it is a good game, and so is Majora's Mask, but I'll have to say Perfect Dark. Is Tails good for hacking? No. And the fact that you have to ask that question, no offense, tells me where your mindset is if you're going around telling people that KVM is better than Zen without knowing the context. I can never work for Financial Corp for Cybersec IT. I am in video game industry and it's the best. Here's the thing, though. You're very mistaken if you're like, oh, it's the industry. It's the company. I had a friend of mine that worked at Blizzard. She fucking hated it. But I mean, like, we all, like, I work at a company now that I really love. A lot of people would say, oh, I don't like working in that industry. Don't judge it by the industry. Judge it by the company. Because, like, you can go to, like, Amazon. What is it? Amazon is, like, Amazon Game Studios or that, and have a totally different vibe than another company. Never just say, oh, it's an industry thing. Now, there may be commonalities and, like, well, you know, there's these different compliances you have to handle, and there's these different processes that, you know, are the way. But a lot of the things that, you know, you may be talking about more or less are standardized in IT and cyber. Company culture is unique to company and their unique culture. You work at Palantir. Well, you can,
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
We're not really fans of Palantir around here. Just telling you. How much do you love Proofpoint? Proofpoint? I wouldn't say I love them, but I more respect them. They are still the top email security platform in the industry right now. Oh my god, their SKU stack is so confusing and convoluted to navigate. Like, seriously, Proofpoint, come on! You're getting too much like the Cisco way. So metadata... Dude, Palantir sells metadata and everything to a whole bunch of bad countries. There's not just one specific one. Like, it's one of those companies that, ethically, is just so repulsive. Alright, so... What are your thoughts on boomerang hiring and the future of mid-rolls because of entry hiring? What do you mean by boomerang hiring? I'm not exactly familiar with that term. You'll have to forgive me. I could have sworn I had more flash drives. So if Palantir would be, were in a video game, they'd be the evil corporation? Correct. They are the Rainbow Corporation. Alright, so we're going to format our disk with Qubes OS. Huh? Oh. It showed up as a 124 gigabyte disk, and I'm like, what? I just was a little out of it. Okay. Boomerang hiring in this industry would be companies laying off employees for AI, then rehiring. I think it's a dumb thing in general to be doing that, because that goes to show me that you as a company are knee-jerking instead of actually thinking methodically about a lot of the things going on. So, yeah, the thing is, if you actually lay off a lot of employees, okay, many of those employees are going to move on, and they're not going to come back. Like, there's a good number of people that once you mistreat them, no matter what number you throw at them, they're probably not going to ever, like, reconsider. And often those businesses that end up hiring those people back will hire those people back at a higher rate than they were actually in the first place. So it's a bad move on their part. Good for the people that are coming back, but it's one of those, it shouldn't have to ever happen in the first place. What is it? Facebook actually is in hot water right now for their practices in laying off people. Yeah. It's just... Yeah. How much were your DEF CON tickets? I didn't pay for my DEF CON ticket because I'm volunteering with the call center village. So when you volunteer as staff for DEF CON or B-Sides, both of them do this. So like some of my friends volunteer for B-Sides and DEF CON to get tickets to both for free, and if you volunteer enough during each of those things, they do offer you hotel rooms to stay. That's one of the tricks a lot of people get. So you volunteer, you spend a couple of days. So like some people I know literally volunteer all of B-Sides or most of B-Sides, and then what they get to do is get a hotel room for entire hacker summer camp and basically just pay for their flight and the food. But, yeah, so I basically just paid for my B-Sides ticket and my hotels. That's all I paid for in my flight. Make the Qubes OS bootable USB for OPSEC. No! Y'all need to, like, put the bong down and start listening for a second. This is why we don't, you know, as much as fun as college can be for an experimentation, avoid going to school inebriated. Just saying. Okay. So school's in session. OPSEC has become such a skid term. Oh yeah, it definitely has. explain to me why you would want to boot your operating system entirely off a USB flash drive and that helps you in any way, shape, or form, other than if somebody happens to access your device. And then what happens while you're using that device? You happen to knock the flash drive out. Great, you now just corrupted the run, and you may have to, like, rerun it, and you're not going to have persistence and all this. Y'all need to learn the term threat model before you actually go down the rabbit hole of OPSEC. Because operational security is pivoting around and working around the threat model that you have established. What is your priority? What are you actually trying to defend from? And what are the mitigations thereof? Instead of just like, because the problem is, like, if you're just thinking it like, oh, well, we're just going to throw everything at it, there's a point where you're going to secure yourself into a corner where you're miserable. It's the same thing as I tell everyone when they're like, what's the most secure way to be on the internet? And I say, off the internet. Get off the internet. Of course, that is the obvious solution, but you're going to ask, well, then how can I use the internet, you know, more securely and safely? And that's like, okay, now we're asking the right questions. And then we're talking about password managers, passkeys, all these different things, how to handle data, don't put it on sticky notes, like all that different stuff. Threat model, feds. Like I said, if you're worried about governments, either you need to take off the tinfoil hat because the rest of us need it for the actual tinfoil hat making competition at DEF CON coming up, or you have bigger problems to worry about, and the last thing you should be doing is asking questions on social media. I mean, if they compromise my cubes. If they compromise... Having an ephemeral live USB install, or installing your stuff on a USB, does not prevent you from getting compromised at all. You're literally going and throwing terms out, and you're like, let's do that to cubes. Absolutely knowing fuck all, pardon my French, about cubes. So, no offense, many people know that I'm usually very, polite and everything, but you're the one that came in here, all guns a-blazing, saying, KVM is better than Zen, but had no answers, then clearly doesn't understand how Qubes OS operates from the beginning. To even recommend a USB install to understand how asinine it is. And this goes back to the base premise of what we teach in IT, RTFM. Also known as read the fucking manual. That's why we're asking you. No, I'm fine with people asking me. It's the difference when people come in a little bit arrogant with script kiddie-like mentality, giving arguments or suggestions of things that you can tell is like, dude, you're just trying to throw things out, but you're not ready to, play on the grown-up equipment yet. There's nothing wrong with being in the sandbox and, knowing to learn to play and everything. But there's a certain point when you know when to go and ask people that are a little bit more mature. Asking is totally fine. We're totally fine with that. Coming in and saying, well, this is better than that, and it's like, no, it's not. You watched Mr. Robot. That explains a lot. All right. Goddamn freaking bots. ChatGPT told me KVM is better than Zen. ChatGPT has gotten information really fucking wrong. I have a video where I literally talked about how it fucked up an entire diagnosis of SSH tunnels, and I just wanted to see how wrong the rabbit hole it would go down is. And boy, it went down a really wrong one. What else does he stream on? Twitch? Yeah, the Chiron pops up. Why is this flash drive taking forever? God damn, this flash drive is taking forever to write. I hope this flash drive doesn't have issues. Just started a home lab with Proxmox and an M720Q. Nice. Proxmox is a fun thing to play with. I need to set up a Proxmox box eventually. I'm thinking of doing that with like a few like vulnerable boxes. So eventually what I'm planning to do is set up a whole other part of my network. Part of the reason I'm going to DEF CON is I'm doing some red teaming workshops to, you know, shore up some skills. Because I come more from the blue team side, but I want to shift purple. But I don't want to do, like, red teaming to do, like, oh, we're just going to learn to pop boxes and, you know, have that. I want to learn to purple team and not only establish security controls, but be able to test their effectiveness. So with that in mind, I am going to be trying to set up some local labs. My buddy Parrot, I saw actually just open sourced a bunch of his OWASP labs from Parrot CTFs. They're open and available, so you can spin them up on a Docker. And of course, there's like things like OWASP Juice Shop and stuff like that. So did it really get hacked if I brought my personal devices to DEF CON? No. So, if you're really new to DEF CON and everything, go and watch my YouTube video that I put up like last week, I think it was. Maybe the week before. The First Timer's Guide for Hacker Summer Camp. It's something like that. It's the most recent YouTube video right now. Go and watch that. It's a 35-minute video. It'll walk you through a bunch of the advice, all of that stuff that you'll need to know about your first time. A lot of information that I wish I had been told my very first DEF CON. The only reason my first DEF CON was reasonably okay was because I was with Colonel Dump and his buddy, my first DEF CON, and they kind of guided me around, but they also, purposely had me go and explore my own DEF CON and do it myself, and then met up for lunch and dinner and all that, because you have to kind of explore DEF CON yourself, not just like follow around friends like a puppy dog. Go out, you know, meet some new people, go try different things and see what y'all like. There's something different at DEF CON for everybody. Send a home lab, I can spin up a Docker. You said his name was Parrot? Yeah, hold on. It's actually Lorikeet Security. 1 second. I start it, so... Another thing you guys should know is if you're in the Discord, or the Matrix, or follow me on Blue Sky or Mastodon, every time I star a repo on GitHub, I have a Docker that runs on my server that will monitor when I go live, when I start things on GitHub and posts it to all those platforms. So you all can follow cool little things that I'm finding on GitHub all the time. So all you gotta do, follow me on Blue Sky, Mastodon, join the Discord, join the Matrix server. The Matrix server, there's a separate room for that. The Discord, there's a separate room for that. The Blue Sky and the Mastodon, whenever I star something, it automatically will get pushed out and said, I just starred, la 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 la. And if you want to do that yourself, by the way, the code is open sourced. Scariest thing you've seen at DEF CON? Malort. Malort is the scariest thing at DEF CON. Okay, so that link, for those of you that were asking about the CTF stuff, this is totally free, totally open source. This is from one of my good friends, Parrot Assassin. You can see right there. I've known them for a few years. They used to work for me at a prior job. We're going to be hanging out actually at DEF CON with who was both of our bosses when we were working together. Again, that's my mentor, Alyssa. So, it'll be cool. But this is the OWASP Top 10 Lab. And the cool thing is about this DEF CON, this will be my first time meeting Alyssa in person because we basically worked together over COVID. But yeah, so he's got these 10 labs. He said he's rewriting the README. Okay, so he already did it. I see. He already rewrote it. But there's 10 different labs here. He put the difficulties down. All you need is Docker and Docker Compose, and then you can start poking at it. So these are all released open sourced. And I will drop that link in chat for all of you. I'm a hardware shill. If there's something to play with, you'll find me there. So you'll probably be at the Embedded Systems Village, the Industrial Control Systems Village. You probably will be at the... There's a few makers villages, like with soldering and all that. There's also the retro hardware village that showed up last year, which is like old Apple computers and all the old computers from like the 70s and 80s and 90s, you would imagine. So you can play like Doom on an old 1990s computer. It's fun. Yeah, you're going to have a lot of fun. And then not to mention, you also got the ham radio village, so there's some more hardware. Yeah, you got a lot of different things to do. DEF CON got food? Yes and no. So, DEF CON has the Toxic Barbecue on day 0, which is kind of their unofficial kickoff for everything. That's Thursday night. And then, at the Las Vegas Convention Center, though, there is a food court with food. It's expensive. It's food. It's a convention center. I mean, it's food. My advice, if you can stomach it, when you're at the DEF CON, go off-site a block or two. It's going to be a killer walk in this heat. But there's some really good Mexican and other food, like about 5-10 minute walk. Even if you have to do a quick Uber like around the corner, because those Las Vegas blocks are really long, and it's about what, close to 40 degrees Celsius, I think, over there right now, or a little over 100 degrees or 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, there's really good food close by, and when I say really good food, like, dude, some of the best tacos I ever had. I had cow tongue tacos, and I think they had even, like, beef cheek tacos, and, what is it, a head cheek? Like, all the stuff the white people usually are afraid of. It was great. My Moroccan ass loved every bit of it. There was Korean around there that was fire. There, like, all these little great, food things. Also run by... Jesus. Beef cheek is great meat. Oh, it's excellent meat. I'd love to see the Cobalt outflank, guys. Our team aren't going this year. There's also the Fontainebleau casino as well, but it's expensive. Yeah, I got a few friends staying at the Fontainebleau. It's a nice hotel. Do not get me wrong. I've considered staying there, because if I remember, it is one of the closer hotels. All right. All right, now let's install Qubes OS, shall we? This is probably going to take a while. I was trying to see, I couldn't remember if one was USB 3.0 or not. I should have used the USB-C, USB-A flash drive. Alright, so we're booting this bad boy. We're gonna skip the key signing, because we're gonna be doing that anyway. Options, boot options. We're gonna go do a USB boot. So it's scanning. And OEM install of Kickstart file. That's new. So you can do an OEM install of Qubes. I forgot about that, because if you get a certified Qubes OS device, you can do that with a Kickstart. Cool. Install Qubes OS. Install Qubes OS using latest kernel. We'll use the latest kernel. Alright, so it's going to take a second to boot up. Because it is a flash drive. Did you hear about the guy that got arrested at the U.S. airport because he had graphene out? Yeah, I heard about... Wait, is there a new one? LARPing. The only people that go around accusing actual professionals of LARPing are the, ironically, the LARPers. Alright, so it's booting up. Help how I can document my home
Oracle's
lab
clock
experience.
tower is now chilling in the lab.
Thank you for the follow. I don't know exactly what it means to document my home labbing experience is basically what that question is, right? Pi66. Okay, so documenting your home lab can be one of different ways. So it could be as simple as... I like to recommend two different ways. And they complement each other. One, GitHub. GitHub for your code repositories, all that stuff that you build, everything there. That's a great way to do it. Learn Markdown files and Markdown syntax. That is literally what that type of, it's not really a programming language, but it's a Markdown language. It's called Markdown. So you may see .md files. Learn that, okay? And you can use GitHub to store a lot of your code snippets, your scripts, things like that. Use the Git system, because if people see you putting stuff in Git, they'll know you understand Git. Well, if they see you putting stuff in GitHub or even GitLab, they'll know that you understand Git. So right there, you can then have another skill saying, oh, I know how to use Git and version controlling. Okay? From there, you can also do like a WordPress blog, a Drupal blog, hell, even a Tumblr. Document your actual journey. And GitHub has ways for you to do this in their own blogging format if you want to do. I'm not telling you have to use any specific one in that case. Just journal your journey, basically. You can kind of look at an example. Like, I'm really horrible at it because I haven't really needed to write content as much, and I'm kind of stretched thin, but you can go look at my blog and see I have a few posts about my things. Use that. Document that, and then once you have an actual website, if you like want to spend a couple of dollars, get a domain, you can point it there, then you can have like a proper like WordPress, Drupal, whatever, so then you can have like johnsmith.com, and then you can have your email with johnsmith.com, john@johnsmith, or that, you know, like that. It looks really nice on a resume as you build up towards it, but the point being, you want basically a weblog, a blog, you want a Git repo for your code. Those two will help you document so much. Then you can link to both of those in your resume. That now gives a manager and even HR a starting point if they actually are interested in actually looking at you, because most people that are applying for jobs, all we see is what's on your resume. So we don't really look further for your socials or anything unless you include them. And if you include them, then we'll pull that string. So for example, when I applied for my job as a senior cybersecurity engineer, the reason why they overlooked the bachelor's degree, you know, recommended kind of thing was because they looked at my GitHub that I had attached to it. And they're like, okay, the guy actually knows what he's talking about. To the point, they apparently normally have some kind of a technical interview where they're asking you tech questions, and they skip that entire process for me because they're like, we've seen your stuff, we've seen your socials, we're not even gonna waste your time. I'm being honest. This isn't just this isn't me tooting my own horn. This is what I've experienced. Use any CLI? Oh, you're talking about the anime CLI downloader. Can you see his chat? Yeah, I can see my chat. All right, so Qubes OS booted from the flash drive. So it's going to come up with a section over here. Sorry, you can't see the screen that well. So we're asking for the installation destination. We're going to use, of course, the 1 terabyte NVMe I have in here, the Samsung 970 EVO, which has been serving me well. We are going to be giving this we're going to encrypt the disk using Lux. So I'm going to be typing that password in. It is password 1234. I'm lying. It is Stacy's mom that's got it going on. I'm sorry. No, that's not really it. It is the Philosopher's Stone. Alright, we're going to reclaim the space. We got to delete all the partitions. Alright. Root account is disabled. We got to create a new user, obviously. So now we're going to put in my user. So obviously that user is going to be Chief Geeked. And we got to put a password in. That password will be Dodecatuple Secret Probation. No, I'm kidding. The password is this, a Spinal Tap to log into my devices. I wonder if people are actually going to try that. What laptop that is you're using there? I am using the Purism Librem 14. Do you have a brother named Chet? Do I look like the kind of person that would know a person named Chet? I think the answer to that is no. Okay, this is gonna take a sec. Oh. I forgot. I'm a dumbass. I'm gonna restart that process because I forgot we have to get networking. God damn it. One of these two has to work. Hold on. I need to go check the patch panel. I need my light. I gotta figure out what number that is. It's like Suckless's Git UI. What? Oh. Built my Git web server, 2 of cloning, and don't know if it's enough. I mean, I've thought about having a Git web server, but... it's 3 and 4. Give me 1 second. I gotta go to the patch panel and the network rack. I think I disconnected those cables. Nope, there is one cable plugged in. Alright, so there is one cable plugged in. That's all I need. I just gotta remember which one it is. So it's number 3. Okay, we should be good. The problem that's annoying is it doesn't have any lights to let me know. Alright, I have Unify. I can check on the Unify. Alright, let's see if I can see this device connected in on the switch. Huh? Corner Studio. Okay, so the native VLAN for that is gonna be this. Oh, did I grab the wrong? Nope. Oh, okay. AI network 5, Supermicro Docker net, ADHD mixture. Give me 1 second. Gotta go back to the panel. Okay. Let's see if we can get this working right now. I wish I could show you this, but I can't. Alright. 12. Configure native. Okay, so it's provisioning that right now. All right, let's see if that'll do. .24 port PoE switch. I wonder if it's not activating it until it actually needs to do something. So I doubt there's network card issues. Yeah, it's in there. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so let's get the automatic partitioning done. And set up the disk. We may just have to do the updates afterwards. No biggie. That'll just be an overnight endeavor. Although I do have to say, this laptop has one of the nicest keyboards I've used, second to Lenovo. I keep fat fingering. There we go. Reclaim space. Delete all. Reclaim space. Make the user. All right, and we should be able to all right, it's creating the Lux disk, and that'll take probably 20-30 minutes for it to set up. Actually, I think the initial install is a little bit quicker. And then it's the setup after the install. Your head is so shiny. I did get a facial yesterday, though. Yeah, so I went and treated myself, got a deep tissue massage. So I had a 2-hour deep... I had a 50-minute infrared sauna. A 2-hour deep tissue massage with cupping as well. So I look like Killer Bee and Eight Tails from Naruto. Went on Brawl with me, and yeah, got like... feels like... Looks like I got attacked by an octopus in a romantic session. But anyway, and then I got a facial. I had so much relaxation yesterday. I need to relax from all the relaxation. I was exhausted. I like a laptop with a good keyboard. One of my favorites is ThinkPad laptop keyboards. Yeah, I do have to say that. The Purism Librem laptop, I have to say, is like... It's like, okay, if IBM Lenovo ThinkPads are like up here for the best keyboards, like the Purism is like right here. Like, it's like right there. It's a good laptop. I do have to say, Purism actually makes a good laptop. At least the experience I've had. I've heard of some people having some horrible, nightmarish experiences with their customer service, but I cannot corroborate theirs. And I know for a fact it's not because, you know, I'm getting the content creator special treatment because, well, this was before I was a content creator. Actually, it wasn't before I was a content creator. It was when nobody gave a shit about me as a content creator. It was still like small guppy. going on? Oh, right now we're preparing one of my laptops for Hacker Summer Camp. That's going to take a second, so we're going to go into what Sunday night is all about, usually for us, which is gaming on Linux. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this guy, because right now this part is going to take about 10, 15, 20 minutes. So we're going to be touching in on this here and there. But while we got Steam loading up, I want to actually show you. We'll do a quick diagram so you can understand. Yes. Discard. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to show you what the planning is we're going to want for the Qubes laptop, okay? That's... Okay. So, out of the box, it's going to have Hunix and all this stuff. So, one thing we're definitely going to want to set back up is our Monero wallet. But the Monero wallet does an interesting thing. So we have the Monero daemon over here, right? And then we're going to actually split the wallet to be offline itself. So it's going to be offline wallet. So you'll see where I'm going with this in a second. Alright, and then this is going to do an RPC connection. RPC 18081. Over that. Offline. But what we're also going to need is we're going to need a social media cube. We'll just call this actually chat cube. So the way we can do this is we can either put one VM to have Discord. Freaking Social Stream Ninja debugging things that grabs on my mouse. And we're going to want Matrix. But we're probably also going to want Reticulum this time. But we can play with that later. Oh yeah, and we're going to need Signal. Okay, so one way you could deal with this, potentially, is you could have the cube have all three of these chat apps inside of there, so then they're all just one group in one virtual machine. If that's your threat model, cool. Done. But I got enough RAM in here. I got 64 gigs. We're going to have some fun with this. So what we're going to do is we're going to have each VM be different. But we'll just, we'll revisit that in a sec and organize that, because we're going to have to actually talk about the networking stack. So in Qubes, you have the network VM. Okay? And this is how all the networking comes in. And then you have the firewall VM, right? Well, some of my stuff, I'm going to want a VPN, right? So what am I going to need to do? We're going to make another cube. Now, another thing I'm going to have to experiment with, because I don't see any documentation on this, is getting TwinGate to work over a virtual machine like this setup. So that'll be interesting. I'll have to tinker with that. But for now, I'll show you the concept that I talked about the past few West Coast. And then we're gonna get one that's East Coast. Okay, so what you can actually do is from the firewall VM, right behind it, have it connect into the VPN. So you do your VPNs in a whole other cube. So the way this can work is basically this will connect in to feed the connection in, and I could actually have both of these go out different routes. Now, Monero, by the way, that's going to be running over a Tor connection, so it's going to have to run over Hunix Gateway. Okay? And that is really just a Unix workstation over here. I got no experience in IT, but I work blue collar, but I love computers and understand what's a good path of certs to get. It's not so much the certs as a path, it's just going out and networking and meeting a lot of people to open doors for you. I mean, some people start with like A+, Network Plus, and all that, but I didn't really do my career with certs and everything. So excited to get to Vegas. Yeah, we got 8 days. Qubes is still installing, by the way. Alright, so we basically have the firewall VM, and there's a chance that we're going to be finishing up this laptop setup tomorrow. I'm going to be setting up some of the stuff that I need to do with PII, but we'll go over some of this setup at least, hopefully. So I think these are the essential things we're going to need besides CG3D. And then, of course, you want a secure way to get your personal email. Now, here's the, like, extreme situation. You have to remember, with this laptop, we're literally taking security to the extreme. This is what we call reasonably secure operating system, reasonably secure laptop. This is not meant for you to be like, oh, you need to do this. This is if you were thinking on the edge and you wanted to compartmentalize things as much as possible, what would you possibly do if walking into a hostile environment? And by the way, this was an experiment I did with a laptop even before I went to DEF CON, so don't even think this is something you need to do to go to DEF CON. This is just one of those fun things that I do and bring to DEF CON, and people love to talk about this at DEF CON. You get what I'm saying? I'm not doing this because you need this at DEF CON. I'm doing this so I can talk to people about this at DEF CON. I'm thinking eventually I will be doing a IRL talk about this, now that I'm getting into speaking gigs and everything, about the reasonably secure laptop. I think I may do that for my talk at a B-Sides next year. We'll see. I'm also debating talk on radio and emergency communications. I could do both. We'll see. But anyway, so we're going to need a Molvad East Coast, West Coast, VPN, just for the fun of it. All right? But what I also want to experiment with is a couple of things here. Twin Gate, SASE, ZTNA. I want to play with getting that to work. If I can get that to work with my devices, that'll be great. But then also, I may have to work with Claude on the Twin Gate thing. I think I have an idea of how that can possibly work. I'll have to play with it. It's still installing, by the way. So we're going to need personal email. Just thinking. Discord, Matrix, Signal. I think those are really all we're gonna need. Oh, yeah. We're gonna test out running Collier Parrot OS. I've been trying to get that working as a community VM, but it's kind of like... yeah. Were you ever on the Darknet Diaries podcast? I was not. My buddy Deadass, though, she was in. She was on there. She's actually going to be doing a follow-up talk at the call center village, following up on Bad Box. So she's calling it, Bad Box or Super Box Part 3. Yeah, she was telling me about that when we were hanging out in the jacuzzi at B-Suds last year. So cool, which she unveiled. But yeah. What do you think about the Commodore phone? I think it's fun. I kind of want to buy it, but I also don't want to spend the money on it. Steam Train Fest? Oh. Okay. I was like, is there a train game? Are they trying to specifically target the autistic community? Alright. So right now, we have nothing more we can do. We're waiting for the laptop. That probably is going to finish in about an hour or so. So in the meantime, we're going to do some gaming on Linux. But to recap, we upgraded our U console right now with the first upgrade of, well, one of many other upgrades we've done, but not the last upgrade. We still got another upgrade to do. But we upgraded this at least, so now the NVMe works in here. That required us to replace both the Raspberry Pi Compute Module's daughter board and the battery slot, and then connect a little ribbon cable for the PCI Express to go over. And then we reconnected the Wi-Fi, so everything should be good here. Yeah, the only upgrade we have left is we're basically going to be replacing this little touch ball here, because I kind of don't know how I feel about that, but a lot of people were saying that the touchpad replacement they had, where you can replace this with a touchpad where your finger goes, is a lot better. So I'm going to replace that, try that out, see how it works, and that's also going to give us a color change here, because I bought the gray metal version. I bought it originally not knowing I was going to have this color here. But I think the gray metal with this is going to look nice. If not, I can always buy the metal front plate later. But yeah, we at least have that done. Oh, actually, the Qubes laptop just finished installing. So we can possibly... Alright, let's see. Can I plug in the HDMI? Alright, we're not going to create those missing files right now. Gotta insert the frickin' thing to generate the boot files. I may have unplugged that a little bit too soon. We will see. Alright, hold on. Oh. I plugged in the wrong security key. I'm so used to plugging in the UB key. I'm like, why is this not working? Completely different standard. Can't access the GPG key. All right, come on. think I might have messed up something. Securely wipe data. Do you recommend using HD Parm, ATA Erase, and NVMe CLA? I mean, you can totally do that, but I mean, the most secure way is a hammer. Not even joking. Do I need to reinstall this again? You know what? I'm just gonna go with the super speed flash. I got a wicked fast flash drive here. That should do the trick. And restore disk image, Qubes. Yeah, I think I unplugged the flash drive a little bit too soon when I did that. Got a little bit too, excited there. I'll just ignore the tampering. Yes. Okay, so I just told it to bypass the kernel signing, because right now the issue is it can't sign the kernel because it's not configured. Okay, so I think it did get... Okay, it should be good. The screen keeps flashing red because it's like, you're doing a dangerous option! It's only because we know what we're doing. Okay, so you can't see the installer here on HDMI. It's kind of hard to see, but all you see is like, oh, you can just click Qubes OS here. Alright, so, the default install options, so you can all see this. I mean, my screen's not really going to adjust. But on the boot screen, it's showing us, I mean, the configure screen, installation, pre-checked is Debian 13 XFCE, Fedora 43 XFCE, and Unix 18. So those are all going to be able to be pre-installed. Your default you pick is Fedora or Debian. I prefer Debian. Some others don't. You do what you want. This is where you do the advanced configuration of if you want to do everything, but by default, most of the defaults are fine. You can make your network VM disposable if you want. I find that's a little bit confusing. You can also check off the box to make Sysnet the cube for both networking and USB devices, and you can also check off if it'll allow automatically accepting mice and keyboard, because Qubes by default will only allow the first keyboard it sees. Any other keyboard and mice, it will disable, which is it's a defense like against rubber duckies and all those scriptings that like pretend that they're a yeah. And it's configuring the VM pool. All right, so now this part's going to take a while because it's installing the templates. All right. Can't get out of the... Wait to get out of the dorm so you can home lab. You can home lab inside of a dorm. I know some friends of mine that home labbed inside of universities using Raspberry Pis and stuff like that. Would it be reasonable to worry about the Linux kernel after Linus? No. Because here's the thing. The day Linus dies, it will ultimately be one of the biggest mourning things you'll see in all of technology. And I think it'll be to the likes that is... Steve Jobs, I think, is going to be, like, getting less fanfare than Linus will from the tech community. It may not be in the mainstream, but anyway, open source was already designed so that he never had to be there. It just happens to be, of course, essential to it because he created it, he's been involved in it, he's evangelized it, and everything like that. But Linux will continue on past him. I think, what is it? He's got, like, what is it? Greg, I think, was his partner in business and stuff like that that's going to be taking over. And they already have an entire foundation around this. So I'm not worried about Linux continuing past Linus Torvalds being around. It'll be a sad day when that happens. Yeah, Topher, I think, said it best. Yep, he is iconic and he earned his respect, but nothing stops when he stops. Yes, the whole point of open source is that we don't have to depend on any single company, person, entity. It can continue on. In fact, to the point that if a project ever gets abandoned, other people can actually pick up their work and continue on where they were at. Not the degradation of the kernel. No, because here's the thing. Linus doesn't write all that much code in the Linux kernel. Not saying, like, he didn't contribute the most or anything like that. But if you actually look at the number of the percentage of code that he's committed, he is by far the largest contributor, but I think he's only contributed, like, 1% of the code, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I know it's not that large of a number. It's, like, literally in single digits, maybe even less than 1%. But there's nothing stopping anybody from forking Linux, as we saw with Google. Google originally forked the Linux kernel into Android and did their own thing before they realized that was stupid and tried to merge it back in. But yeah. Alright, so while that is, going, we're going to play a game. Because there's nothing we can do right now with the laptop except wait. It's probably going to be a 30-45 minute wait, so we'll chill, we'll play some Solarpunk. The laptop is still here off screen. I just don't have any way to show you it. What did you think about Shurikata for server? Do you mean Surikata? I like Surikata. Nothing much. We're just installing Qubes OS on one of my laptops. It's taking a while, so this is on a game night, which is intentionally why I did it on a game night. I knew it was going to take some time. Oh, damn. I forgot I did all this. Alright, let's see. Where was I when I last left? Okay, so... we harvested all that. Oh, we're trying to get eggs. That's what it was. We were waiting on the chickens. Is Commodore 64 Ultimate a good PC? The Commodore was an OG. Like, I don't think y'all understand just how awesome the Commodore was. Alright. We got more iron. Okay, so we're about to run out of that. We need to get more sand. Oh, we have the sandstone quarry. That's right. Okay, so we're gonna need to run... And copper goes there. Okay, we're gonna move the iron. Yeah, we'll put the iron there. Oh, so we have a battery in our inventory. That's good. What's the rain sensor do? Oh! It would be diabolical if this game is running on Windows. Well, it's not! Animal transportation station. Oh, we need leaves? Wait, I should have... Haha! I have enough eggs. Oh. Let's get... Nope, still building that machine. GPL ensures that software cannot be used or infringe on our freedoms. GPL, MIT, or any other license. Yes and no. It depends on what your ultimate goals are. Some of my stuff I tend to do in Mozilla Public License. Eating a little bit of food. Just to be sure, Team XLM or Team Wayland. Right now, it's X11, but I do plan to go to Wayland. It just has a lot more advantages, I think, in the long term. Alright. And a 1. And a 1. And a 1. Alright, so now I think we should get ready. I guess we'll just wait until those are. I mean, the cotton's just about to pop up. That guy is very crypto on your computer. What are you hiding? If you really think that people just have things that they're just hiding other than financial documents, passwords, and other things that generally you don't want the everyone else to see, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I'm pretty sure, let's put it this way. Hey, you go to the bathroom, you close the door. What are you hiding? That's the logic you're giving us right now. Well, Topher, it's a TikTok comment. I mean... Okay, so obviously we don't need that because it's raining. But let's go and check. Cool. Our batteries are working as expected. Okay, so we have to go check the other mines. They're getting full. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need more copper. That attitude tells a lot. No, it says a lot more when you come in and you're like, hey, you're the Veracrypt dude. What are you hiding? Tells me more that you're still a kid. So I'm gonna, hey, look, you come in with that energy. I'm gonna match your energy. Because pretty much, what was it, like, you can only, like, entertain so many people implying that, you know, you're doing something actually nefarious before you're just like, you know what? You really don't want to be involved here. You're just here to troll. Bye-bye. You see the graphene duress pin case? Yes, we've talked about that several times. Not just on the stream. It's effed up, to say the least, because in the United States, historically, you have had the right to not hand over any evidence. It's literally part of the amendments. So the fact that they're forcing his hand is just stupid and saying he's destroying evidence. Well, it just so happened to be he set up the device in a manner that there is, you know, a duress password. I mean, it's the same way as the cops before that have, like, tried to, like, F up people because they dare, what's the word? God, brain. I lost my train of thought. But basically, it is really effed up what they're going through, and I don't like the fact that the biggest problem that we have is, and this is not unique to just the USA, we're dealing with politicians that have absolutely no fucking clue what they're talking about when it comes to technology. There's really no way around it other than just admitting that fact. Alright, where were we? Yeah, so impressed with graphene as usual. Oh yeah. It's literally doing what it was designed for, and the problem that we have with a lot of law enforcement is they're still operating on the premise of old, and they still come at it with the very fallacious idea of, if you have nothing to fear, you have nothing to hide. And I think that's a very flawed mentality people have, because that's what leads to a lot of the hackers being able to access so much information, because they are implicitly trusting things, and that's human nature. But still. Alright. Oh, we probably should at least drop off the wax bricks for energy. Oh, we got a lot of those, so we're good. Love Pop, I should just switch back. Pop has been pretty good to me, but I'm still on 2204. I'm waiting for them to release 2604. I'm not gonna install alright. That's fine. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? Alright, we'll take those. And we're gonna put that, and then we're gonna put that there. Okay, so let's drop that off. And where's the iron? Where'd I put the iron? Iron is over here. Cool. So now let's go flying. Don't talk to law enforcement. If they don't have a warrant, it's illegal search and seizure. Pretty much. Okay, so it finished installing the Debian templates on Qubes OS. Now it's working on the Fedora stuff, so it's gonna take a while. You just like Pop OS tiling. I think they made a lot of great design choices, because the thing is, I did like the way Mac OS did a lot of things. I really did. And I think Pop OS is trying to go after what made Mac so, pleasing to a lot of people. Ooh. We got an airship upgrade? Oh, I had to build another dock. Damn it. I remember that was what I was supposed to do. Have you discussed the Purism 16? Yes. We're also reinstalling Qubes OS on my Purism 14. I'm not buying the Purism 16. I think it's too little too late that they've actually taken to upgrade, and I don't know why they went for a 16-inch laptop, because I think that's too big. I think the 14-inch was like a perfect size. Excellent. We are full on copper. Excellent. We now have another airship upgrade. Okay. So it looks like now we've got more areas we can reach. But first, we gotta go claim the rest of the stuff we need. Hopefully they bring the 14 back in stock. Probably won't, though. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with Nova Custom for my next laptop, like Purism. It's a European company that seems to be doing things a little bit better. Plus, you can customize that laptop a little bit more. Like, I can tell it, like, hey, have my, branded logo on the back and the boot screen. Excellent. Alright, let's go back to the main base. We'll build another dock, and then we'll go over to my sandstone mine, because I need that for glass. Novatech, I've heard of them. No, Nova Custom, not Novatech, different company. Alright, the Fedora templates on Qubes have finished installing. It's now working on the Unix Gateway template. I told you it's going to take a while, and it's probably going to take about an hour. Qubes is one of the operating systems that honestly takes the longest until you get to initially use it. Don't have any space. Excellent. Alright. And the iron should have like close to another 16 over here. Huh? I might need to throw another solar panel in there to keep the batteries fully charged. Spent a month tinkering with my Qubes laptop before I actually started using it. Yeah, it's definitely a trip. Alright, let's see. God damn, we got a lot of quartz. Alright, so now we need to build a dock. We need more wood. We need... I think we need iron. And I think it was cloth. Now I need more iron. There we go. We've got a dock. Let's put that there. Okay, we've got eggs. Put the eggs there. And... Sadly, gotta go now. See you later, Prince Tom, and have a good night. You experience bottleneck with Qubes? Bottleneck in which way? Like, what are you specifically asking a bottleneck in which way? Alright, let's grab all the wheat. Alright, let's harvest all of this. Getting all that beeswax. Alright, let's see. And, alright. And... let's eat some berries. Just because it's eating up all of my space. What desktop environment? I'm currently using GNOME right now, but eventually I want to switch to Pop OS. Okay, so the Unix workstations are being worked on right now. Alright, let's see if I can remember where I put my sandstone miners. Oh, probably right there. Where the solar panels are. There we go. There we go. Excellent. Oh, that's why we had the battery. Oh, I remember. We were trying to make this more efficient of a setup. So we needed to get more solar panels. Let me see. Energy table, okay. Wait, there's a chicken here. Alright, let's go there, get some glass. What do you enjoy more, Ghost in the Shell or Hackers? I like them both for different reasons. Ghost in the Shell is more of like a brain thinker, like you have to actually like have your brain on. Whereas Hackers is kind of like, it's fun, you're enjoying the ride. For an IT infrastructure engineer, how do they use different virtual machines for work? It depends on, well, the company and their procedures and all that. A lot of times we use virtual machines to test out different environments and settings, because, yeah, I'm mostly working in the cloud for a lot of things. Right? And we're putting some sand in the boxes now. Oh, yeah, we need to put that there. I think we're good on everything else. Although... Alright, let's feed the make sure the chickens have food. And refill their water. God damn it. Okay. What's the readout over here? I don't know if I want to make another sprinkler, because we're already, like, over capacity on how much we're producing of things. Chat is the best for troubleshooting things on Linux. Chat and Claude haven't been able to help me. Nobody in the Cybersec club at my uni can either. I've been using Claude Sonnet and Claude Opus for a lot, but the thing is, you can't use AI as a crutch. You use it as a tool. So if you're expecting it to have all the answers for you, you're already coming at from the wrong approach. Sometimes you'll have to dig in and figure out the answers for yourself on various problems. And you have to remember, AI is only as good as the data that it's trained on, so if it's working on things that it has no knowledge of, well, it's not going to know. Yes, we are gaming on Linux. Long live the CCP for FOSS AI. Okay, so... Okay, so we've got those, so... What was it I needed? Oh, right. We need to go get some leaves. We have to go get an animal transport. It always annoys me how you get like one leaf for a tree. For a comfy game, you think this is a must play? It was good enough. I think it's pretty good. Okay, it looks like it is setting up networking in the Qubes OS computer now. Alright, let's see. We got a bunch of wood now. Even though I didn't need it in the beginning. It's kind of interesting how they have all these different trees, but they all basically get the same kind of wood. Oh, come on. Yeah, softwood versus hardwood, or, you know, like being like, hey, you need this kind of wood. This kind of wood is better for cooking. I mean, they literally have all these various types of wood, trees, so it's not that far off. Yeah, I think the art style's pretty fun. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I hear people love Minecraft and stuff, and I understand, you know, why they appreciate it, but I just can't get into the blocky game. Alright. Let's see, so... what did we need? Animal transportation station. Oh, I was hitting the wrong copper. Alrighty. Got iron. Alright. What did we need? A transportation station. Okay. And... we need... okay, we're gonna need quite a bit of stuff. Okay. What did we need? 5. Okay, so we got another drill. Excellent. So what we do need... gonna need one of those. Gonna need one of those. And... cloth. Could you explain what Risk 5 is? Blatantly. Okay. By the way, the Qubes OS laptop is done. So, Risk 5... hold on. Sorry, game audio is still going in on my system. Risk 5 is another CPU. That's all it is. So you know how you've heard of, like, the CISC processors, like x86 with AMD and Intel? And then you hear of ARM? There's another one. Risk 5. And these are Risk 5 boards. So these actually have, I think these are dual-core Risk 5 boards. There's a couple different kinds in here. But basically, that's the daughter board. This is the entire Risk 5 package here. It is an open-sourced CPU. Open infrastructure open instruction set architecture. Sorry. Brain, for some reason, did not want to use those words. Anyway, it's a full computer operating system, I mean, a full computer CPU. Linux works on Risk 5 right now, so you can run Risk 5 right now. These are Milk 5 boards, so these are the Milk 5 Duos, these little guys here. They're inexpensive. I got these for free from a friend of mine that was tinkering with them, and was like, hey, I have too many. Do you want to use some others? There's some more. I think I'm missing a few. I dropped it the other day, and I know I had more of these tiny ones. so I'll just open up another one. So this is brand new, as you can see, inbox still. But you can have like an entire computer that is very small. Yeah, so as you can see, this is literally new, unwrapped. All right, there we go. Does not want to come out. So you can get like a tiny little RISC-V board like that. That's an entire computer right here. Networking, USB. Yeah. So you could program this. I think it's probably going to be using USB over serial over USB, but you can see there's some GPIO pins, all that other stuff. So like you can. This is a this little guy over here has a RISC-V and a Cortex A53. It's got Wi-Fi 6, Bluetooth 5.4, Type-C for power and data, 100 megabit per second Ethernet. Yeah. It's a little capable little guy. I'm eventually going to use that for some of my hacker projects that I'm planning. But this guy over here, is the board for these guys, and these guys have dual RISC-V 64 cores that are 1 gigahertz each. So, you got a dual core CPU in that package. That's all it is. It inspired me to go into art cybersecurity. Nice. Happy hacking. All right, let me log into this laptop. Don't tell me I frickin' fat-fingered my password. Oh my god, I am really pissed off if this is not working. Yep. That's annoying. Oh well, we'll just reinstall the OS. Woo. Any books you recommend for beginners in cybersecurity? Not really. Most of the books, unfortunately, don't really keep up with the times. I mean, yeah, you can ultimately learn some of the base concepts and everything. Well, there is one, what was it? Scam Me If You Can. Was it by Frank Abagnale, who wrote the whole Catch Me If You Can series? Oh, this is annoying. Alright, well, I'm just going to reinstall Yeah. I don't mind small blocks, but the terrain's huge and it's too off-putting. Oh, okay. So... Oh, we want the claw. Alrighty. Okay, so Qubes is setting itself up right now. Jeez, we're running out of space for quartz. God damn it. Surrounded opinion about Pop OS. I think it's pretty good, but I've been using Pop OS 2204. 2x battery. You know what? I can totally... What the hell? Oh, it is the right place. Okay. Okay, that should help that generate once it's back on. Because that battery is the problem. Okay, I see. So it hasn't given an opportunity for this one to be charged. So that one extra solar panel should help it. Okay, cool. This is a good problem to have. Alright, let's see. So now we need to go and drop off the copper. Drop off this glass. Iron. Okay, so drill. I think we needed possibly 2 solar panels. Okay, so we need 8 of that, 8 of that. All right. Damn, y'all go through water fast. Oh shit, that's the food. Yep, I just remembered that we need to get more... We gotta make more chicken feed. I got a surplus of food, so I think we're good. If I can skip the berries and stuff for now. And then we'll just go get in the wax. I'm so impressed about the fact that you're using Linux. Because everyone keeps asking me, for some reason, even though SteamOS and Steam Deck have been around for a while, oh, can you game on Linux? Like, seriously. I don't get it. I don't understand why a lot of people can't learn to just do this thing called Google. I don't know. Look, man. I'm just here. Alright. Alright, cool. That's taken care of. I think we can back off on the silicon for a bit. The iron definitely can keep going. As can the sand, because we're going to need all that. Okay. I always forget I missed that spot. Alright, let's go to our sandstone spot. Okay, for some reason, the laptop is being derpy. See, this is the reason why I like this game. We can chill out while I'm effing around and almost overshoot my dock. Alright, and... Alright, and then... Cool. So now it should be charging a little bit faster. Because we have a surplus of 360. Cool. I'm hearing a chicken. Oh, there it is. It's stuck there. Cool. That solves that goal. And now those should be operating throughout the night. Wait, what's the surplus on them? Okay, 240. Should be more than enough. Well, yeah, we did do 6 panels. More than enough. Alright, let's go explore. Where are we looking? About... Okay, there we go. I see it. Hally-ho! Alright, let's get cubes installed. Alright, let's explore the island and see what we got around here. Because this is one of the new islands. When I landed as a support engineer with no experience at a startup, I'm so scared. Oof. Especially because, startup culture is notoriously brutal. I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but yeah, they really are known for being brutal. Alright, let's find a good place to touch down. Oh, that seems good as place as any. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? There's some clay. Alright, nothing much around here so far. Some rocks, some stones, bunch of clay. I did see some sunflowers earlier. Okay, so we got sunflowers. I've already got plenty of berries, but we can grab that later. I should have brought my magnetic fishing rod. There's some watermelons. We've got way more... Ooh! We got a pig. I don't know, should my Jewish Ash be even thinking about a pig? Ooh, carrots. Nyeh. What's up, Doc? Oh, let me set the cube settings up over here. God damn it. I hate when your finger accidentally touches the pad and makes it click. It keeps doing that. God damn it. Why does it keep doing that? Hold on. I'm getting really annoyed at this laptop doing stupid things. And I just got electrocuted. Alright, reclaim space. Damn. That looks like cobalt. Yep, cobalt. So there's a pig over there. I'll need to get up top. Kind of risky doing this in a storm, but I don't have much way to go. All right, we got some wheat. We don't have wheat. Ow. Let's see. What can I drop? There we go. Okay, so we got some sunflowers. I don't know what I can do with the pig. Is that just quartz? Yep, that's just quartz. I'll take the carrot instead. What does Mimikatz do? Why is my name drawing a blank on that term? I know it's something. I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head. One sec, I gotta set up the user account. I think it's something with an accelerometer or something, I don't know. Yeah, because whenever I pick up the laptop, for some reason, it doesn't do that weird mouse behavior. Or maybe there's something in there. I don't know. Maybe I'm just driving myself nuts. What the hell is it asking me for? Oh. 726. For some reason, the time was really off on it. Oh well. That was weird. Okay, so there's not much in the way of resources here. Oh, there's definitely some high winds. Why Pop OS? Because I like Pop OS. Okay, so it wants a bunch of carrots for the next upgrade. There we go. Almost. You know, if I throw off that and some wood... What's the remaining thing? There we go. Let's get back to the home base. Watching a vid on how to reset password and use Azure AD. Anything I should learn ASAP? That's a broad question there. You think about Google Professional Cybersecurity Certification. I don't know of anyone that actually is like requiring that or asking for that. It seems... I just don't know anyone that's actually like taking that into consideration for things. Is League of Legends working on Linux? No, and I see that as a feature, not a bug. thank God I at least did it right by home base. Player loot. Oh, you left it at the last station. You mother... Gotta replant everything. So the problem is, now that we've got level 3, they had tailwinds, and that's why I came in flying. Well, at least top off the food. All right, and now we need... God damn it. On the last bit of the copper. Oh, and I probably need a repair kit. No. Repair kit. Iron. Huh. All right. Now we gotta go and get all my loot back. Making a launcher from 5N and I have a live forensic system I need to... Game is this? This is Solarpunk. You play Minecraft in Linux? Oh yeah, you've been able to play Minecraft for many, many years. It's where a lot of the game servers are hosted. Already in IT, but I want to transition to cloud security. What are some projects I can do? You can totally use AWS and start learning how to use Terraform and stuff like that. You can use Terraform inside of Azure and AWS and a bunch of other things. Terraform. Basically, that's the thing you need to learn. Terraform. Infrastructure as code. Oh wait, I know what we should do. We should go to that, little station over there. So that way we can see, what the cobalt repair does. Oh, and the laptop is set up. I mean, well, at least with, the Qubes installed. Now it's rebooting. Finally, H1 paid for a bug. Hmm? Oh, nice. The thing that is really hard to change that it can set their device profile is that, oh, get the device's ID, but there's so many HWID changes of the stuff. Changes. It's really hard to say because what you're basically talking about inspecting their actual hardware. Oh, I have to smith that. Oh, okay. It's not that you can just straight use cobalt, you have to process it. It was cross-site scripting. Man. Okay, there's one more island behind us. I see. Let's fill this back up. Oh, maybe I should first, Ah, God damn it. Okay. And nope. Cool. Well, actually, we can borrow that for a second, and then we need to get down and dirty with our hoe. Do I really need to go and get some stone? What can I do with these eggs? Because I know I keep collecting them. Alright, now we gotta go prepare the land. Alright. Hold on, I'm working back on the laptop we're trying to set up. Okay, we're gonna get that signed. Oh. Okay, so... Okay, so hold on. We need... Alright, so... Oh, okay. That makes sense. Alright, come on. That gonna get watered? Okay, so I'm probably gonna need to add some more sprinklers. Alright. Sweet. We're gonna need to expand this just a little bit more. I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 sprinklers, which means we're gonna need... let's build a shit ton of batteries, too. One, two, three. Oh, probably should move the well. Okay. Oh, god damn it. I forgot I had a thing of wheat. Alright, now let's go build some batteries. Stuff doesn't try anything else. One person tries manually, can probably bypass it. At a certain point, I think you're just kind of expensing effort that's not really necessary. Wait, what's this? Oh, I thought there was something new. Alright. Let me see. What did I need? Iron. Alright. Okay, we're gonna have a big battery thing here. Because what I think we're gonna do... Well, first... we'll put that there. And then... have you ever had any issue with the Linux when it comes to gaming? Primarily the issues that I had at most, kernel level anti-cheat, but that deals with a lot of games I would ethically have issues with. Wait, I can tie in that grid to the net. Okay, I see how I can do this. Okay. All right. Okay, all the cotton's starting to pop up. Alright. Let's see if we can start... 1, 2, 3, 4... Okay. Wow. We now have so much iron. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see. Options, boot options, ignore tampering, and then we're gonna set up Qubes with that thing. Okay, hopefully... Alright, now let's get Qubes set up over here. And select Debian 13. And finish configuration. How susceptible is Linux when it comes to viruses? Not really all that much, primarily because, well, most of the viruses are really designed around Windows. So, no Windows, no problem in most cases. Not to say that they can't get anything. There's what we call rootkits. Alright, let's see. We need cables. Alright, let's see. We're gonna need to get some more copper, probably. All right. All right. Yeah, we're gonna need to run and get copper. Sweet. Just fired a lot of executable. Look on the simultanic situation. Which one's that again? Is that the Graphene OS one? Yeah, you're like the, I think the 10th person to talk about it tonight. I think it's time for us to convert to energy furnaces. But we're gonna need a shit ton of batteries. Alrighty. Got egg production going like crazy. Alright, let's see. Gotta figure out what to do with these eggs. What's a sunflower do? Well, obviously, it doesn't do jack. Alright, cool. We've got plenty of water. So now we need sprinklers. We're gonna need copper and iron. There we go. What the hell? Accidentally put that there. Okay. So apparently you have to worry about how you connect these things. Interesting. So 4x battery. We're definitely going to need some more solar panels. Okay. Probably could do this a lot more efficiently, but it's working. Okay. Looks like absolute chaos in there, but it works. Okay, so now let's get the idea of what's going on over here. Consumers, generators. Huh? Ah. I need more solar panels. Oh, we need to get copper. Yep, that's gonna be the next run. Alright. And... Ah, we need another battery. And a battery requires... Shit. I am going to need... Okay, we got cloth. How did you find yourself working the field of IT? I mean, I just kind of ended up here. Alright. Okay, sweet. So at least the field is getting watered right now. Alright, but we need to run to grab copper. Shit, the wind. I forgot, now that we did the upgrade, the wind is actually an issue. Yeah, and those drills are about to shut off. You know, I'm curious. So that's interesting to learn about the connections. You know, Pop OS compared to gaming phone runs about the same. I mean, they're all the same core components underneath it. What window manager to use? Well, just the stock Pop OS one. Well, now I gotta get another repair kit. All right. I think while we're at it, may as well go grab the sandstone. I think it's that one right in the middle. Oh, we're running a lot faster than normal. We got a tailwind. Yeah, 15 years IT and cybersecurity combined. That's probably why it felt like it was coming in a lot faster than I'm used to. Or the upgrade on the airship makes things go faster. Which I think is more the case. And the Hunix stuff and all that's still getting set up. Alright, coming in softly. Oh, mother! Oh, we can actually drop the hoe and drop the axe. Wait, what else can we drop? Because I do not want to... Been in this game for a while. Do you find there's enough to do? Oh, yeah. We've been finding plenty to do. And it doesn't feel like it's too repetitive either. Yeah, so the ship is going a lot faster than before. Start reeling it back. Is it all about harnessing power? Harnessing power, discovering resources. In a way, yeah. It's all about basically gathering power from the sun to do all the things you need. You'll see as I come into my home base. As long as I don't slam into it like I did the last time. So there's my little farm. Right now there's no energy. I have to work on improving that. So hold on. Oh. Nope. Need that back. Alright. Okay, so now we gotta wait for the copper to be built up. Oh, got a carrot. Alright, let's get all this stuff. Alright, now let's grab the beeswax. Alright, let's top off the food. Give them some more water. Alright, let's see. Alright. Send these wax bricks. Can I play this on Mac? I don't know. let's see. Yeah, we got a shit ton of iron. Hooray! Qubes OS is set up. So we'll probably go into this a little bit more tomorrow. For now, I'm just gonna have it do the system updates, which is gonna take it overnight. Being nauseous, I don't know how to spell it. Oh. Had my FIP on you while I had way too little blood sugar. Oh. Hope you're feeling better, bud. Alright, so we've got eggs. Sweet. All right. Okay, so all of these should be just about to complete. Alright, let's see. We're gonna be needing a shit ton. I know what we need to do. Alright, we're gonna go and repair that unit over. I don't know why the hell that happened. Let's pursue a degree in cybersecurity. While I never have that deep in cybersecurity, I'm trying to study and the starts in a few months. Well, I would tell you to first recommend checking out the Discord and Matrix communities we have. My links are in bio. They're free to join. Great community around there for a bunch of people to ask questions. In terms of, like, things to know beforehand, I mean, that's a broad subject. The honest truth is, and I've said this before, college is just a checkbox when it comes to this. You need to put in perspective that in your college degree, I'm not by any means trying to put anyone down or anything, you're not going to learn nearly as much as you will in the field. What I mean by that is tinker and home lab as much as possible. Because you're going to learn more doing that than you will from a lot of other things. And we have tons of home labs and stuff that I can recommend you use. Alright. Do not want to slam into the island again just because I wasn't paying attention. This question a lot. What game is this? It's Solarpunk. It's like a cozy builder survival game. It was an indie game that I think it's done pretty well. Wow. Qubes OS, you have a really nice GUI. We'll go over this tomorrow. Right now I'm just going to have it do the entire system updates that need to be done before we start building more. I'll at least get it set up for dark mode tomorrow, before I get on stream. Okay. Those factories are amazing. I'm waiting to farm Boddock now. Papa's the best for gaming, Alias, and Linux. I like it, but there is no the best. The best is whatever you find is the best. For you and your needs. Alright, while we circle back around, I have another island I want to check out. That just came within range. Yeah, some people like Fedora, some people like Pop! OS, some people like Catchy, some people like to not touch grass and install Arch. You know, to each their own. Well, wow, that is interesting. There's a waterfall going to nowhere. Let's lower our speed and come in. Looks like we got some resource lighting up over there. Let's see what we got. We got carrots. So I'm definitely going to come in for a landing. Okay, so we got carrots. We got sunflowers. Ooh, raspberry muffin. And what are you? Iron. Oh, there's a pig. Should I study for the cloud in college? Well, I mean, you can look up at the sky and see what shapes they... I'm kidding. It's a really... You're really asking really, really broad questions. You'll understand what I mean by when I say, like, you're asking really broad questions. Like, yeah, I could tell you, like, terraform, but then it's like, cloud. What kind of cloud? Are you talking about, like, are you doing, whatchamacallit? AWS, Azure. Okay, that's just regular stone. You talking about Google Cloud Platform? I mean, there's all these different things. Like, people think of, like, the cloud as this monolithic thing. But the honest truth is, I came from an AWS shop. I'm still wrapping my head around how AWS does things. I mean, Azure does things. Okay, we'll take the cotton. Pretty resource-rich island over here. Ooh. Okay, so we covered that side. The laptop is updating. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna take a little while because it's got to update the whole thing. Then I gotta re-sign the signature, so we'll have some more updates. Oh, hello. Oh, you're just stone? It's just a stone quarry. We got plenty of raspberries. I don't know the point in a stone quarry because, like, there's, like, stone is one of those things that I've, like, felt like is so abundant. Same as wood. Like, stone you can just keep picking up. But I guess the next goal that we have is carrots. Because we need to grow a crap ton of carrots. That looks like clay. Okay, now this is worth it. We're gonna take as much back of this stuff. Is Endeavor solid for gaming daily use? I haven't used Endeavor. I know some people use it and they swear by it. Alright. I want to at least get that filled. Alright, we got 10. We need 6 more. 5 more. 4 more. 3 more. 2 more. 1 more. Wait a minute, we got an animal transport? How the hell do we have an animal transport? I thought we already used that. Oh. High five past me. Perfect. Now I'll know where I need to come back to. Can I get into cybers from a data center lead role? It's possible. There's many different paths to it. There's no one solid, this is the way. Wait, was there a pig around here? I thought there was a pig. Yes, thought so. I don't know what we can do with the pig, but we'll find out. To use Ubuntu and using AWS and Azure, it's irrelevant. I mean, it's irrelevant because it really depends on what are the goals of you're trying to build in it. Because with AWS and Azure, you can run Mac, Windows, Linux, FreeBSD, just about everything. We're almost done with the system updates on the laptop. I already got my IT degree, now I don't know what to do in university for cloud security AWS path. I mean, are you working in IT right now? Do you have a job? Are you interning? All of that? Or are you just focusing on school? Because if you are, you're shooting yourself in the foot. The more important thing that you will need to do is get field experience and lab it. Home lab it. Home labbing and field experience. Don't worry about like, oh, what can I do for this class and everything. Because I see this all the time. Where you have like kids that like get out of college, go straight into, you know, the field after like school, and they realize they spent all this time on all this stuff when a few years in the field would have been more than enough for everything. Think about activism, certain groups, opinions, certain groups. I don't have any opinions. I mean, I understand what hacktivism is, and, I mean, people have different reasons for doing different things. It's just activism in a different light. Now, whether or not you agree with that is a totally different discussion. Alright, let's get all this. Alrighty. Oh, shit. I'm gonna need to add some more water basins. Alright, let's go grab all the beeswax we can. Alright. And now... Oh. We need a hoe. A metal hoe. Alright, let's see. Metal hoe. So now we need sticks. God damn it. Ah. Alright, let's see. So now we need a storage shelf and a box. Do I have any more materials? Okay, cool. So now...
Me to fix the game, so I opened up my toolbox.
Silliest Luna is now chilling in the lab.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Don't really want to run upstairs every single time. Alright, and then... Sweet. Alright, drop that there. We got iron, ore sent there. Glass and sand. Excellent. Cool. Need some iron. Alright, let's get a few more plots. That should water them. Yeah, interesting. A leaf popped out. Okay. Now... Alright. And then we got that and that. Alright, now we need to build a couple more batteries. So... Okay, cool. Now, let's move this over there. That's a better layout. And some PC specs. This is a 5950X and a 5070 Ti and, what's it, okay, one. Alright, cool. So now we've got that. What am I thinking of? Okay, we got plenty of cloth. Oh, the batteries need to get... I need more battery. Alright, let's see if we can build 2 batteries. Alright, cool. Well, we can get a little bit more silicon. Alright. Let's see how we can do this. And there we go. Now they're all charging up. We got 1,600 going in, 900 going to the batteries. You know what? I'm curious about something, but forgot about this game. Cable management is terrible. Yeah, well, it's not like it's real life. And okay. Oh, geez. They drink up all the water very fast. And eat all the food. Alright, so what do we need for the animals? We need a water trough. We need some more iron. Just messing around, yeah. Okay, come on. Yeah, we got plenty of raspberries and all that. So I don't see us needing that. What the hell is with the balancing out here? I have a feeling it's like flowing over the most efficient circuits. Yeah, because now it's loading up faster. The honest truth is this is not how electricity would actually work in real life. But that seemed to have fixed a lot of the issue there with the load. quick game question. What Linux would you recommend for a Windows tablet? What kind of Windows tablet are you talking about? Alrighty. And alright, we almost got full glass. I may have to start dumping them in Alright. Sweet. So what the hell do I do with the eggs?
Power Ag is now chilling in the lab.
Hey, thank you for the follow. I guess I should get some more watermelons just because I am going through them. Alright, let's go get the beeswax. I should check the laptop in a second, see where we're at, because tomorrow we're going to be continuing on that, Alright, so now we need to build... We need a bunch of iron and copper. I guess I can go back to the copper. I forgot. I need a repair kit. And a repair kit. Nope. You hear about the guy? Yeah, I heard about it. I find it kind of funny how, like, everybody's like, hey, have you heard about this thing that everybody else has also come in and talked to me about for the past few streams? Nothing against you, I just find it funny. Going with 4G. How good is HDR support on Linux? It works. It's been there for a while. Yeah, this game's pretty fun. It's kind of like a survivor builder. exploration kind of mix. That is the wrong island I did not mean to go to. Oh. Yeah, we need to get the copper ore, not the quartz ore. Quartz is already filled. So we'll go for copper and then get the sandstone. There we go. Perfect. Alright, let's go get our sandstone. I realize there are 2 other islands as well. So we'll go grab our sandstone, take a quick detour to the island over there. Well, I mean, if there was ever an advertisement for good software, Graphene OS did it. You ever tried Catch OS? I have plenty of friends who have. Me personally, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad or anything, it's just I don't distro hop, and I'm definitely not using a rolling release type Linux. I need the stabilities. Okay, let's see. What's on this island over here? Wait, I think we came to this island already. Yeah, we already were here. Alright, let's see about cut and clear across. There's these 3 islands over there. Wait, no, those are the quartz mines. I need to say, I like Graphene OS on my dad's old... Oh, you installed it on the Pixel? Alright, there we go. Okay, I see some flashing resources from a distance. Start slowly throttling back. Ah, carrots. Okay, obviously, do not go in this way. Let's navigate around, get into that clearing over there. Alright, let's walk around the outer perimeter over here. It's like a quarry mine. Looks like some clay and iron. Clay, iron. Take a sample. Yep, that's iron. Some of the shading looks weird. Yay, carrots. I don't want iron ore right now. I got a shit ton of that back at the HQ. Interesting little landscape. Molvet VPN. It's a thing. But are you looking at VPNs because you were sold some marketing BS thinking that that's the tool that you need to actually be private and anonymous? Or are you using a VPN because you actually have a stated use case such as getting around a geo-block or whatnot? I'm gonna compare with NordVPN. Chief is better. I'd probably go. Honestly, I would. The only two I would even be entertaining is Molvad and Proton. Not even Nord. Yay! The inventory got expanded. Just in the nick of time. Oof. Miscalculated that jump. What cybersecurity jobs do you recommend? A job coming from a student? Well, generally, when you're starting out, a lot of people are a little dismayed when I tell them you're not going to be working in cybersecurity right out the gate. You are going to have to do some entry-level stuff. If you don't have any IT experience yet, that's what you need to earn first, whether it be through... You're probably going to start at a help desk or some junior position or stuff. Generally, they want to see a few years of IT experience before they can start really looking at you for cybersecurity jobs. What are the hiccups all of a sudden? Currently help desk for a year, but I feel like I want to move up now. What can I do next? Have you been home labbing and trying to improve your your knowledge outside of work without school? Everyone has the wrong belief that, like, all I need is school and then I can level up. No, you have to... They want to see that you're a self-starter in educating yourself and pushing yourself further. Alright, let's see. All right. Oh, come on. All right, let's see. Sweet. Okay, so we got the glass all full. Sunflower. Oh. I was looking for the cotton, and I was like, I know I had a bunch of cotton. Alright, let's see. What's the rain sensor? Iron, silicon. Alright, I'm curious if I can put a rain sensor down, then... I have no idea what it's supposed to do. Alright, let's see. Do we want to make another furnace? May as well. Because we need to smelt that stuff faster. This is Solarpunk. People look down on that department and that they're slowing development down. What department? What's your thoughts on GRC? I mean, it's definitely a worthwhile part of IT and cyber. You need governance and compliance and all that jazz. Alright, we're gonna borrow that furnace to do that. Because we got way more than enough glass. Would that be something we're currently looking at GRC or cloud security? I mean, it can be. Okay, so there is enough room. And we're gonna move that into there. That makes more sense. All right, and all right, let's see. We need 2 of those. Actually, we'll get 3 because we're gonna need. Could have sworn I had more wax briquettes. Oh well. Let's see. All right. And damn it. I guess we'll just put the chest over there, have some overflow over there, and then takes time though. Yeah, it definitely takes time to get everything set up, but Jesus, they go through water so fast. Alright, cool. Okay, come on, pick the car. Okay. I think 1 or 2 more harvests, we should have all the carrots that we need for the goal. Wonder what the hell I'm supposed to do with all the sunflowers. Alright, carrots. Yeah. Once those 2 in the pop back, and 2 in the back pop, then we got the 20 we needed. Oh, come on. I will check it back in a second. Sweet. Alright, what was I looking for? The batteries are giving out 701. Nice. Alright. And now we gotta harvest all this shit. There we go. And now we can... Alright, let's go up and get our reward. And then I think we're gonna get close to calling it a night, because I think... Almost missed it. Okay, yeah, all the updates are done on the laptop, so at least we got step 0 done. A bunch of decorative flowers to craft. Oh, I need to get vending machine tickets for that. Oh. Oh, then we can actually go and let's finish at least this step. Because now we'll get new electrical devices. Actually, you know what? We'll set up the mine over in the cobalt side. And then we'll call it a night. Okay, so we're gonna need 1 cobalt and 20 flowers. One, 2. Sweet. Alright, so we're gonna need... six. 1, 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. All right. We've got 6 there. We need 3 batteries. So 30 and 45. All right, 1, 2, 3. And then we need drills and copper. 6. Okay, so we need copper. God damn. Okay, cool. So now that that's taken care of... Alright, let's build up that cobalt mine. And then we'll advance to level 3. Alright. But at least we got the laptop done tonight. We got our gaming on Linux. We upgraded the U console. Wins all around. Whee! Shimmy, shimmy, ya, shimmy, yay, shimmy, ya. Alright. Getting in a little closer. A little closer. All right. So first... Alrighty. Alright, and we're gonna spin that around. Alright, now... Alright, let's get 3 batteries. We'll try to do this a little bit more efficiently now. Oh, mother! I didn't bring enough cables. That's fine. We can at least... Yeah, we're gonna have to run back. That's annoying. Well, at least the batteries are getting charged. Alright, come on. Where are we going? Oh, actually, I should make a detour. Go pick up copper. Because we're low on copper. Copper ore. That makes more sense anyway, because then I won't have to waste time doing a UE. What's up, Ariag? Woo! Almost came in a little too fast. Actually, let's go finish up that cobalt. Lights pack, wired, wireless, postbox, can be sent to merchants exchange for. Ooh. Reduces energy based on the current wind strength. Hmm. Alright, cool. Now I gotta get the beeswax. All right. Alright, now we need to run across. Alright, now... God damn, those animals eat a lot. Alright, come on. And was there... What was it I was looking for? Oh, the cranberry. Raspberries. Cranberries. Why do I keep calling them cranberries? Alright. Wait. Didn't I need iron? Oh, okay. Oh. Wow. The backpack's so large you can't see everything in it now. Okay. All right, and then all right. Sweet. All right, so now all right, let's get all right, and how the hell did I put copper in there on accident? What do we have over here? Advanced dock. Lever. Network, weather station, transport drone. Wait. Placed and named a drone. You can go to drills to select the drone that should pick up the resources, bring them to the drone's base. Okay. Um... 860. Okay, so we're gonna need... And then we're gonna need 16 silicon. Hmm? Copper 1. Oh. Wait, how am I supposed to use the drone? Once you place, you can go to drills to select the drone that should pick up the resources. Oh. Wait. I think I know what I need to do. Okay. Alright, let's go into the cobalt, set up the cobalt mine, see if we can get the drone set up, and then we'll call it a night. Alright, dial back the speed. Up for my daily driver, is that fine? Yeah, I've been using it for years, it's fine. Okay. I see. Yeah, Pop OS works really, really well. That's why I'm happy with it. at least want to run back to the base with some cobalt in hand. Well, those batteries should keep it going. What cybersecurity job do you do? I'm a cybersecurity engineer. Mostly in cloud and platform. Alright, let's see. Before we finish for the night, I want to get this copper. I know I keep pushing it further, but I just want to finish up some steps because we won't be able to game for a couple of weeks because of Hacker Summer Camp coming up. Alright, let's get in. We can at least get the cobalt going. Alright, carrots, sunflowers, cotton, 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 sunflowers, sunflowers. Alright, let me see. The drone's taken off. That's neat. Alright, refill that water. Refill that water. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna have to build a bunch more drones to get this facility more automated. Alright, let's see. All right. All right, so now we need a couple more solar panels and batteries. come on. Okay, cool. Alright, we're producing 1900. The batteries are... consuming 600. Oh wow, one of those is actually doing quite a bit. Oh, come on. Damn it. I just... See, the thing is, if this were a true battery system, they wouldn't be doing it this way. I'm curious what happens if I... Wow, that really amazes me, that it works as well as it does. X 560. What concerns me is... $14.70. Okay. Oh, too hungry to sprint? That was weird. I haven't had that issue in a while. Okay, so I still need... Alrighty. And 1, 2. And we're gonna get that in there, and we're gonna move that over there. Both flashing the cube thing. No, that's pretty much done and doing the updates. I'm just finishing up what I want to do for tonight in this game. Alright, have a good night. Is pop good for model training? I mean, it's the same. They're all using the same base components. I honestly don't understand why people are just, like, thinking different distributions of Linux are that different when they're all Linux. All right. I think we're at a good stopping point for tonight, though. Yeah. So I think we definitely got the laptop at least updated to where it needs to be. So tomorrow we'll continue on working with this. It should be ready for Hacker Summer Camp. We got the U console as well, so we'll be doing an upgrade on that this week too. And then got to do my final preps for Hacker Summer Camp. And don't forget, this week we're going to be doing a Hacker Summer Camp watch week, so while I'm tinkering, we're going to be watching some old documentaries and stuff from the old Hacker Summer Camp days, and some of the stuff is going to date back to the 1980s and such. No joke. So, should be fun. Anyway, this is about late as I usually stream. I didn't realize how late the time was, but the laptop's updated. We did our gaming on Linux night, so thank you all for joining me. And stick around for the raid if you are. Otherwise, make sure to follow me on all of my socials. The links are in the bio for all of them. We have a lovely Discord community and a Matrix community. You're more than welcome to join. The links are in bio, as I said. And, of course, follow me on Blue Sky, Mastodon, and watch the videos on YouTube and Twitch and everywhere. So, thank you all. Happy hacking, and I will see you all tomorrow.